From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever the case is, wherever you are in the world. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. Welcome to the program. This program is free to all. We appreciate those of you who join the Time Travelers and then are able to download programs anytime they want. Send me messages on the ever-present wormhole, and so forth. Rules of the show are simple. Only two of them, no bad language, only one call per show. No bad language, one call per show. That's it. Now, I like to thank people at the beginning of the show, so here we go. Telos for the great sound. Joe Talbot, hearing from him, thank you. Keith Rowland, my webmaster, of course. Dr. J, my producer, all of you. Now, the Belgab website, a lot of friends up there. They are a little wicked, a little lovable, a little of both, a little rough, but, you know, if that's how you like it. Then we also have something called People Who Love Art Bell, and I want to thank them, MJ Sten. It seems I never mentioned them, and I think one of the reasons is because of the name. You know, People Who Love Art Bell. I mean, really. And there's a new one called MidnightinDesert.com, and they follow the show, and they are a milder bunch. I think both of those are listed up on the site. Now, I think that's all the sites. The stream guys, of course, they carry the big heavy load to get to you. LV.net, they provide the back and forth internet that gets me on the air. And Peter Eberhard, of course, my sales guy, way up north in Alaska. I think that's it. All right, I've got a few things that I want to say. One, it looks like they found it. 370. A U.S. official says air safety investigators have and this is in quotes, high degree of confidence that a photo of aircraft debris found in the Indian Ocean near Reunion, as a matter of fact, or on Reunion, washed up, is of a wing component unique to the Boeing 777. I think Boeing is sure, though they haven't, identified the numbers yet. And I think this is 370, so everybody can stop scouring Diego Garcia. And I think probably what they're doing is they're trying to figure out the proper protocol to notify relatives. And, of course, they do have to read the number. So we'll see. But it looks like they have found it. This goes to last night's show, and I want to read it because I really think it does go to last night's show. Back in 2001, as part of Stephen Greer's disclosure project, you know Stephen, right? Sergeant First Class Clifford Stone blew the whistle on what he referred to as unacknowledged special access groups, or USAPs, within the U.S. government. Programs like this are commonly referred to as black projects or deep black programs, and they are of an extremely covert and secretive nature. Of course, unacknowledged special access programs are said to be highly compartmentalized, something I mentioned the other night, right? And even with those, the necessary security clearances can only access the information on a need-to-know basis, and you only need to know so much. They're hidden from public oversight and accounting. In other words, no watchdog committee watches over them. And they probably consume, for example, in 2013, Edward Snowden leaked secret government documentation that proved, A, they do exist, and B, we spent about $52.6 billion toward those operations in 2013. So that all goes back to last night's show. $52.6 billion. How many doctor's appointments would that be? And now something, by the way, coming up, of course, we have a guest tonight. Eventually we will be getting to him. Preston Dennett is my guest, and this may interest him. It interested me. He talks about ghosts. And this comes from anomalist.com. A lot of good things do. There's something notable about males and violence in real life, right? How many times does somebody walk in somewhere and start shooting? Usually it's a guy. But there is something notable about them. Afterlife. There's a study conducted by somebody named Eldonur Haraldsson, I believe it is, a psychologist at the University of Iceland, of all places, of 337 cases of people who have reported encounters with the dead. Quite a survey. The apparitions were mostly males, and it's where the cause of death was known. And in 30% of the cases, the person had died violently. That may not sound very significant. It's 30%, right? But the percentage of violent deaths in the study during the relevant time period, studies of reincarnation cases, most notably by the late Ian Stevenson, show the same pattern of mostly males being involved again and again and again. So, I guess mean in this life, mean in that life. And then there's no way I can let Cecil go without comment. Cecil the lion. It's got to be the saddest doggone story I've ever seen. Cecil was killed by a dentist. I guess you know that now, right? This was a lion in a preserve in Africa. In a preserve. And it is said that it was lured out of the preserve so this dentist could, from what I heard, shoot arrows at it. And then I guess it was up to like 40 hours before poor Cecil, loved by many, and tagged, by the way, died. It took him a long time to die. So this guy could have his people lure him out and shoot him. And the public is really ticked off. I mean really ticked off. Now this doctor has sort of just disappeared. I don't blame him. Everybody's after him. He's much hated. But it's just really a sad story if you could see this lion. My goodness. If anything will bring you close to crying, that's it. I have cats, as you know. Recently lost my Yeti. Oh, God, that was hard. But so Cecil's nothing but a big cat. Really big cat. Was a really big cat till the dentist shot him. So that's a big deal. And then there's one final item, and then we'll break. And that is, I discussed this the other day. I brought it up. It's the cube. I don't know why I'm stuck on the cube, but I'm stuck on the cube. And I asked Keith to bring it to the top of the website, which he did. But then he thought I was done with it, and I was just going to discard the cube like it was nothing. And so he eliminated it from the website. And I called him today and said, Keith, where's the cube? I thought you were done with it. No. I'm far from done with the cube. And I'm going to discuss this with our guest coming up. No, I'm not done with the cube. I would like you all to go there and look at it, if you get a chance. These are still photographs taken, I might add, by many people. That's really important. Taken by many people. So, please go take a look at it. And I think this is something serious. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm fooled. Maybe I am a fool. But it's being discarded by much of the UFO community. Why? Because, well, it's a cube. And I think that is a tragic, serious mistake on the part of ufology. Now, maybe it's some cube balloon or something. I don't know. But it's really odd. It doesn't belong. It certainly doesn't belong popping out of a cloud. Here's my thinking. Who are we to say that a UFO has got to look like a flying saucer? I mean, isn't it just silly to say that? For all we know, UFOs are invisible. Or UFOs are cubes. or something else that doesn't make sense. I think this cube is extremely mysterious, real because many people got photographs from different locations. And it started me thinking, well, ufology seems to be sort of dismissing this, and I think it's because it's not a saucer. How could we possibly know how they think? How could we even guess what they might build? Isn't that rather, what's the right word? Egotistical of us, or earth-centered of us, or human-centered of us to be doing? I think there's something really there. And because it doesn't look like what we imagine, doesn't mean it isn't worth our attention. Go to artbell.com. You'll see it at the top. And you can hear the comments of the people. Well, all right. Coming up, Preston Dennett began investigating UFOs and paranormal. Tonight, we're not going to concentrate so much on UFOs. Well, a little cube talk at the beginning. And then out of body. And maybe some ghosts. Anyway, he started all this back in 86 when he discovered that his family, friends, co-workers were having dramatic and unexplained encounters. Since then, he's interviewed hundreds of witnesses, investigated a wide variety of paranormal phenomena. He is a field investigator for the MUFON UFO Network, a ghost hunter, a paranormal researcher, the author of 17 books and 100 articles. Wow. Been all over the place. Radio shows, TV shows, history channels, deep sea UFOs and UFO hunters. His research has been presented, for example, by the LA Times, LA Daily News, Dallas Morning News. You get the idea. All over the place. He's taught various classes on paranormal subjects and lectures across the U.S. He currently lives in Reseda, California, and he'll tell you all about his website. He will be here in a few moments.
12. And Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call ART.
So go take a look at the cube. Actually, two separate people who happen to catch good shots of the cube coming out of a cloud, or whatever it is it's doing. And I'm telling you, it's weird. Well, all right, on now to Preston Dennett. We're going to talk about a lot of things out of body, mainly, I think, but we're going to start with the cube. Hey, Preston.
Hi, Art. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. You are in Reseda, California, right?
That's right.
Okay. I called you before the show and I said, look at the cube. And I take it you did.
I looked at the cube.
Okay. Now, it doesn't look like a UFO. Well, in the strictest sense, I guess it does. It's unidentified and it appears to be flying. Other than that, though, it doesn't match up with what most people think it ought to look like, but it's weird. Really weird.
Right. No, it's not silver or metallic. It's not saucer shaped. It's not V-shaped. It's not, spherical.
Right.
These are the common ones that, I think we hear a lot of.
Yes, but, they might not think like us, huh?
Well, how could they possibly? I mean, by definition, they are alien. And this is one of the things that's really, I think, kind of frustrating and at the same time interesting about, investigating UFOs is the variety of these craft. Yes, we do get a lot of saucer shapes, but, I don't think there's a shape out there that, we haven't heard about, whether it's, crosses or donut shapes or crescent shapes or, it just goes on. I had one guy tell me, I don't know how to describe the shape. It wasn't octagonal. It had all these different sides that were, different lengths. It was very oddly shaped, like a lump. That's how he kind of described it.
We seem to want it to be a saucer,
Yeah, saucers are nice shapes, definitely. Very convenient, but certainly that's not the only thing people are seeing.
I think that came from the early movies, science fiction movies that we had, because they were all saucers.
Right, it's interesting because Kenneth Arnold, he didn't actually see saucers, and apparently the Roswell craft wasn't, technically a saucer.
There you go. Right, so. You're absolutely right. Okay, well, Anyway, I really wanted to call attention to that. I want people to look at it. It is, to me, as much, if not more of a mystery than, well, stuff that's like a saucer.
Yeah, you know what I like about the photograph actually is you can see this thing before it's fully formed.
Oh, yes.
So it's as if it's, interdimensional and coming into our,
yes,
physical space.
That's the other thing. I mean, who says their method of propulsion is remotely like anything we even imagine? It might have just materialized there.
Right, but you can see it interacting with the cloud.
Yes.
It clearly looks like a very large object at, quite a distance from the cameras.
Yes.
It would be hard to fake for sure.
It would,
and
I don't think it was a fake. I mean, when people get it from different angles, I suppose it could be a fake craft, as it were, but it's not a fake photograph, that's for sure.
Well, I listened to the interview, and you can tell the witnesses are obviously sincere.
Yes.
And with multiple witnesses, well, right off the bat, there you've got a good case.
But it didn't go nuts like most things like that would, and I'm convinced the reason it didn't go nuts, even though it was covered, is because it didn't look right.
It's kind of Arthur C. Clarke, 2001, the monolith. Kind of, maybe it scared people a little bit.
Exactly. Exactly right. I'm getting a little notice of internet connection problem from you. But I don't hear it. You sound great.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Oh, well, so much for you, Skype. All right. Let's move to OBEs, and I really, really love the subject of OBEs, Preston. I only had one in my whole life. It happened when Ramona and I went to Paris, France, and it was amazing, Preston. I had been asleep. I woke up, and it's like somebody snapped a switch, and this is the only way I can describe it. I was in the most joyous, welcoming, amazing place I had ever been. It was absolute pure joy, but it scared the heck out of me, and I snapped right out of it. I was somewhere else. I mean, instantaneously, I was somewhere else. An amazing place of some kind. But boy, did it shock me, Preston. I didn't do any tours. I didn't get to go to some other place on the earth, as people have been described to do with OBEs. But it was incredible. There aren't words. So,
no, there really aren't. I know exactly what you're talking about.
But we're on a radio show, so we're going to have to find words. So what is an out-of-body experience?
Well, the simple definition is an out-of-body experience is when you perceive yourself as being separate from your body. And to elaborate on that a little bit, we all have a dream body, or an astral body, if you will, which is separate from the physical. And in fact, we're kind of projecting down here from the so-called other side into a physical body. So an out-of-body experience is sort of the reverse of that. They call it projection, but in fact, we're going towards, our source. And we not only have...
We're going toward our source. What do you mean?
We not only have a physical body and an astral body. As you get into this, it gets a little bit more complicated than that.
What is the source?
Where we come from, God, all that is, the spirit which moves through all things, the universe, the light. It goes by many different names in different cultures, but it's pretty clear when you start doing this stuff that there's something up there.
Okay, I'm going to give you a gift that will keep on giving, okay?
I'm ready.
You mentioned the light, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. John Lear is a friend of mine. You know the name, I'm sure, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, Learjet fame, Daddy. Anyway, I did a very serious interview with John Lear, one in which he said, the most important thing I'm ever going to tell you, Art, or something along those lines, is as follows. When you die, you will have a choice of going to the light or the darkness. Don't go to the light. It's a trick. And I'll leave you with that, Preston, for you to think about that the rest of your life. It's bugged me ever since.
I don't know. I've been in the light. I've gone out of my body. I've done all of this.
Uh-huh.
And,
So you're here to say the light is the way.
It's part of the universe. There's a source there. There's something really wonderful within, the so-called light that near-death experiencers are reporting. Absolutely.
So, are you sure enough of the goodness of the light to say, John's all wet, go to the light?
Go towards the light. Yeah. I think that you're going to be fine. You can, what I would say when you're at that point, make the decision then. This is not something you don't want to do. I mean, if you're uncomfortable with it,
see, this
you
has
can turn away.
Driven me nuts ever since. I mean, you make the wrong choice and there's no going back. Well,
here's the problem. I mean, this is a big problem on the other side. People who don't go towards the light, who are stuck here on the physical plane as ghosts. And a lot of these people don't even know they're dead. And this actually turns up in pretty much every out-of-body book I've ever read.
All right. Did you hear what I read at the beginning of the program about the study in Iceland of the people who died violently?
Yes, I heard it. I'm like,
yeah,
this is a problem.
So it's real. In other words, I've said jokingly a few times, nasty on this side, nasty on that side. You think some truth to that?
Oh yeah, there's kind of levels of vibration, and if you are vibrating, with low-level emotions like lust or anger or greed or all of this kind of stuff, violence, you're not going to be able to move up to the, the higher realms where it vibrates much faster. It's much more beautiful. You have many more, what I would call, I guess, supernatural powers. This sort of thing.
I've had the lust thing.
Oh yeah, this is something that the astral body is actually called the desire body. And
really?
This is something you'll find out pretty quick if you start doing this sort of stuff regularly, because this is where all your emotions come from, and your suppressions and anything you've really not dealt with. And when you pop out of body, this is not at all unusual. People have become absolutely terrified.
Yeah, I get that.
Or completely joyous. Or consumed with lust, or, the desire to eat food.
It seems to me if you pop out of your body and then get consumed with lust, you're in real trouble, because you need that body.
Well, it's very much like having an erotic dream, you might say, except you're awake.
Yeah, I get it, sure.
So it's actually a really wonderful experience, because you can live out pretty much any fantasy you want. You can create feasts of food. You can do just about anything that you can think of. The power of thought on the other side is amazing. You just think it, and it has a huge effect.
Okay, the way you're talking about it leaves not much question in anybody's mind. You've been there.
I absolutely believe I have. I really do. I think that we actually all have out-of-body experiences, but the trick is really remembering them. And I'm not alone with this. This is what other out-of-body travelers say as well.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Gee, I can't forget mine. It was so profound that I can't forget it. There are various tricks, aren't there, to getting out of your body. Let's go there. I have heard it said that, for example, feeling paralyzed and hearing a buzzing sound is very frequently something that precedes a possible OBE. Is it true?
Right. That's called the vibratory state, and that means you're ready. You're actually feeling the higher vibration of the next dimension, which is what that is. So you're ready to go. It's basically just a process of relaxing till you get to that point.
Okay, I've been there. I can't get past it. It's too scary.
Yeah, there's a huge fear barrier which you have to get over and just do it. The thing to remember is you can't be hurt when you're out of body. It's a non-physical state. I know this is what everybody who talks about OBEs says. You can't be hurt. But I don't know. Let me ask you this. When you're out of body, is that, I hate to use this word, but I'm gonna. Is that your soul that is separating from your body, in your opinion? I don't know if it's quite like that, rather than it's just sort of an awakening to what's already there, or kind of reaching out to the larger parts of yourself. To a certain extent, it feels like that. I mean, it feels like you are no longer in your body. If you get good at this, though, you can get to a point where you can do what's called bilocation. And I've had just a few tiny tastes of that.
Do you think we have souls?
Oh, yeah.
Well, then, when you leave your body, would it be your guess that it is probably your soul that's a-leaving? We have to be a-leaving right now. We'll be right back in a few minutes. So relax, enjoy yourself. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it? We're talking about an oasis for the soul, perhaps, with Preston Dennett right now. We're talking about out-of-body experiences. Preston, welcome back.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, so I was talking about or asking about the soul, whether you thought the soul left the body when you leave the body.
Right. Well, some people do call it soul travel. I really don't know. I'm kind of just telling you what I experienced. And,
that's fair.
So I can't really say that this is my soul, but I do feel like you have a separate body, a dream body, which has actually these amazing abilities, such as flying. Flying alone is worth the price of admission for doing this thing.
Oh, yes. Oh, flying. I'm so into flying and just sort of floating and flying around the buildings and the lakes and the trees and the forest. We all kind of want to do that, and how cool it must be. And you're claiming you have done it.
Right, walk through walls, visit distant locations. I think a lot of people have had flying dreams, and this is a real close indicator that you're, close to remembering what's going on at night. We're all having these experiences, each night.
How do you know whether you're ready to walk through a wall?
Well, you try it. It's a little disconcerting, I have to tell you at first. You're like, all right, I'm going to do it.
Boom.
I have to tell you, it took me over a year to keep my eyes open while doing it. And
really?
I wouldn't fly through telephone wires for a really long time just because, I was a little bit nervous about it.
So you really, you swear on a stack of somethings that you've walked through walls?
Absolutely. It's a remarkable experience. You can actually feel it.
That is so cool.
And brick is like a different texture from wood.
Wait. Describe it. You said you can feel it. If you walk through a wall, never having walked through one, tell me, what does it feel like?
Well, it's hard to describe, but you can feel the surface of the material, whether it's rough or smooth. Like brick is kind of grainy and rocky, and you can feel it right through your entire body, by the way, through your arms and legs.
Wow.
Which is different from wood and smaller, thinner substances like glass.
I know words are hard for this. Let me try this. Is there any difference in the resistance of wood going through a wall and, walking through a brick wall?
Yeah. Wood's easier, glass is easiest, and you kind of pop out. It's like going through a bubble. And you feel a little tug, and boink, you're out.
Oh, that's cool.
And, there's been times I've walked into walls and boom, hit it.
I really appreciate your being able to describe this. It's awesome. I've always wondered what it would feel like. And you're saying there is a difference. And you said with glass, it's kind of like a little, and you're through.
Right.
How cool is that?
But you can reach a point, where you don't actually feel any of this if you're vibrating a really high frequency. But normally when a person pops out, they're still pretty low frequency and they're trying to just orient themselves. And you try and walk through a wall and you might bounce off of it, which has happened to me many times. It took me a little bit to learn how to do it.
Well, see, that's what I'm worried about. Failure at walking through walls probably has some consequences, especially if you're really sure of yourself and you just go strutting right up to it. Boom.
Yeah, there was one time I popped out of body. I'm like, yay, I'm doing it. I flew through my bedroom door, flew through the hallway door. I was into the hallway outside, and I flew down the staircase of, my condo building where I lived at the time.
Yes.
And landed into the second landing and sunk right up to my knees. And I'm like, oh no, what do I do now? Like flailing around, and I lost consciousness and was pulled back into my body.
See, that's part of the really scary part to me. It just really is. The possibility that you might sink into something for a second. Ooh, that's not good.
Well, let me alleviate at least, some of your fears, because the truth is, what I found is it's very beneficial, and that the dangers are way overstated. And I found, in fact, it's got a lot more benefits than dangers. There's no real danger of getting locked out of your body, or getting possessed, or going too far away, or getting lost, or anything like that. Because you have this silver cord, which pulls you back. In fact, the problem is staying out. That's truly the problem. And you get pulled back at the least if you even think about your body. If you have, a lot of fear, it will pull you back. A lot of emotion of any kind will pull you right back into your body.
Yeah, I've got to give you this. Every person I've talked to on OBEs over the years has said roughly the same thing. So, that resonates with me. I've never had a description of walking through things. That was really cool. But the part about getting yanked back, if there's danger or if there's big emotion or something like that, most have said that. That's what causes me to kind of buy into all this, Preston, because everybody's saying the same thing.
Oh yeah, at first you're thinking, my God, is this happening to me? This can't be real. I must be dreaming. And you get into this sort of quest. And beginners always want to start moving objects. I tried that for years, and I still can't do it. There's some people who claim to be able to do it.
Right, not possible, I guess, huh?
I haven't been able to do it. But what I was able to do is go to a distant location and look at it, and I'm like, wow, I didn't expect this to look like this. It was, a location near my house, which I'd never been to.
Yes.
And I'm like, all right, I'm going to go there and see if this is actually true, because what it was the cement river, which is near my house at the time, and it had dirt banked up on the sides, huge amounts of it. I'm like, there's no way. This is a cement river. There was plants growing and all this stuff. I'm like, I have to go see this. And this is how I got proof that, this is not, the first time I got proof that this is not just a dream. Because it's very, pretty disorienting when you're out of your body and you're walking around. You feel like a ghost.
All right, so here's a question for you. If you are out of your body and try to move something, is it just your hand that goes right through it?
Right. Or you might think you actually moved it. And because there's kind of weird duplicate energy forms, I guess, thought forms, that you're moving around, which do move, but it's not the actual physical object. So, I haven't been able to do it, and I was obsessed with it because, I don't know, I felt like this ghost walking around, and I was dealing with a lot of emotions, dealing with a lot of lust, a lot of, gluttony. I would create these feasts of food and all this kind of thing.
That brings up another topic, which I want to ask you about. You said you felt like a ghost. Is it possible, Preston, that some ghost reports are people doing OBEs?
I would be surprised if it wasn't the case.
Really?
I think that there's a few verified cases, not nearly as many as I would think would be out there. But almost certainly that has to be the case. Because there are a lot of cases in the literature, at least, where people have gone over to other people's houses and appeared, which I've tried to do, by the way. And I'm flying around in front of people. I'm like, here I am. Do you see me? Do you see me?
Seriously?
And, they don't see me. They cannot see me.
But you can see what they're doing, right?
Right.
If not, can you hear them?
Well, let me think about that. I don't think I've been able to do that. I'd have to, I don't think so. There's been a couple of cases. Yeah, I was once, went to San Diego. I have a friend who lives down in San Diego. Thought, this is a far way to go. I'll try that.
Okay.
And this is kind of what you do. You have a plan in mind. And if you don't have your agenda ready, you're going to get distracted. You're going to lose consciousness. You have to really focus. It's a tightrope of consciousness.
You're saying you can plan this like you would a trip.
Exactly.
Wow. You really hesitated when I asked you about whether you could hear people. That's interesting. You would think the auditory aspect of it would either be shockingly there or even more shockingly missing.
Well, when you go to the other side, so to speak.
Yes.
It's telepathic. You do hear music and things like that, but when people are talking, you're hearing them in your mind.
Okay. That says it all. Do you always hear them in your mind, or sort of just if you want to?
Usually. Not always. No, I once popped out. This is something I wanted to do. I said, I want to meet an enlightened master, someone who's made it.
Right.
And this beautiful woman appeared on my balcony, just a beautiful blonde woman. She says, keep your eyes open. And she grabbed my arm and pulled me up. Of course, I closed my eyes. And I instantly open them, and she's depositing me into this field. And there's this guy sitting on a chair who I'm presuming is, the enlightened master.
Right.
And he gives out this one weird sentence, which is what they do, these kind of koans or poems or something, little riddles. And it was really interesting what he says. He says, when you do something, do it absolutely. And he said it out loud, and he was punctuating each word. So it was an odd sentence for sure, which, has hidden meaning to it, which I could talk about.
Sure. The whole thing is just so astounding to me. How many times, Preston, have you done this? I mean, is it so many you can't count, or what?
Well, I probably could count it, but it's got to be in the thousands there, consciously. I think, again, that's a trick question.
Yeah, I don't mean it to be. I don't mean it to be. I really don't. I'm so curious about this. And of course, people are going to come forward and they're going to say, I want to do this so badly. How do I do it?
Right. Well, for one thing, there's no real qualifications. All you need is the desire and the time to do it. You need to be open-minded enough to do it. Put in the discipline. I don't think there's any link to physical health, because some people who are really good at this have ill health and others are very healthy. And there's no real dangers, as I was talking about earlier. And the only real obstacles, I think, are that people are skeptical about it, or they're scared, or
okay. All right.
They're lazy.
I'm going to pin you to the wall here. You said there's no real danger, and I've had other people say that to me too. So here's the question that I need an answer to. How do you know that some people who have left their body on this excursion into Joyville, wherever it is you're going, didn't have the cord snap, and we now regard those people who left us in such a way as having died in their sleep? I mean,
right. No, I can definitely speak to that. There is one case, supposedly where something like that presumably did happen. But it was only one. It's kind of what I would call an outlier. And one person did tell me that they had a similar experience.
A friend of mine says it only takes one white crow to prove there's white crows.
These are statistically insignificant, though.
When
you look at the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cases of people who are doing this, there are just a very small residue.
Flying is safer, I know.
And and anyone can do it. It's absolutely easy to do.
All right, let's go back to this one that you know of, this outlier you called it.
Right. All I can tell you about the case is supposedly that this lady was proficient at doing out-of-body experiences, and one day died at a young age. And there was no real link that they could make, specifically that she was out-of-body practicing at the time she was doing it. But it's one case we have of, people who are really good at this and are doing it regularly, and they die at a young age mysteriously. Most of the people experience actually the opposite. I've got 20 cases
now I'm worried.
Of people who got healed of chronic illness, or healed of cancer, or healed of all kinds of illnesses, colds, healed
just
of hip
just from
injury.
being out of their bodies?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's these energies on the other side. This is where your perfect body is. The astral body is the superior body. It doesn't age, and your physical body is kind of modeled after it. So you can actually reach these healing places and heal yourself of physical illness.
Now, see, that's making quite a claim.
I've got 20 cases. They're anecdotal, but one really good one is Bruce Moan. He cured himself of sarcoidosis, which, his case was a really bad one, and it's often fatal. And he was getting worse and worse, and was able to go out of body and work on this wound.
Better than Obamacare, huh?
I recently, tried to go to one of these healing temples and was successful. I couldn't believe it. I was so excited.
You're saying there are temples on the other side where you can go to be healed.
Right. I'd read about them several times. People have, you hear different kind of explanations and descriptions, I would say. And I'm like, well, this is something I want to do. I'm going to put this on my list. And I did it. I popped out of body, and I made the command, sort of made the intent known, and at that point you're pulled off through the other side, or up into the sky. Really, I was 50 feet up above my house, and then boom, you go through this weird barrier, I guess you would call it, and you're on the other side.
Wow.
And it's what I would call the heavenly realms. Honestly, I'm not a very religious man, but this is what it feels like. I mean,
I'm not overly religious either, Preston, so I'm with you there. I have hopes, but I have no strong faith, and
I wanted to see.
I wish I did. I wish I did, and it might well be that seeing what you're describing would absolutely do the trick for me. Bring me to the healing temple. Hey, I've got a bad back.
Exactly what you do. Anyone can do this. You just meditate on this subject as you go to sleep. There's various ways of reaching the other side, and you don't have to go through all the weird exit sensations and things like this. I'm going to say about half of the out-of-body experiences I have, I just wake up on the other side. And, you're fully awake, by the way. Colors are much more vivid. It's the real reality. This is a pale comparison.
If I can just get past the fear. I mean, it really is scary, Preston, because you do go through that thing where there's a humming sound, and you may go through feeling paralyzed. These are frightening things to happen to a person before you get to something better. They really are scary.
Oh, yeah, and it can get very loud. It can feel like an electric shock and feel like you're standing next to a jet engine.
That's what I mean.
But, that's as bad as it gets, and then pop, you're out, and boy, is it worth it. And there's just so many things you can do. You can learn about your past lives, for instance. You can visit deceased loved ones. And so, by the way,
slow up. Past lives. My goodness, Preston. So you believe in reincarnation?
Well, I think I'm leaning towards it for sure, because I have some weird memories flowing through my head, which I can't pinpoint to this life.
Okay.
And this has kind of always been that way for me, but really, when I started going out of body, I'm like, all right, let's see a past life. And
you did?
I was able to do it several times.
May I inquire what you learned of yourself?
I learned that at a lot of them. One life was, as a Native American. It's really interesting because often you're taken to the most traumatic or emotional incident of a lifetime, which is often the death scene. This was one where it wasn't. It was sort of the, what would you call it? Come of awakening, where a 17-year-old turns into a man type of ceremony.
I would definitely not want to go to my death scene.
Yeah, it's scary. Let me tell you, I pulled out from a couple of them. I'm like, no, I'm not doing this. Because, this is something, you learn a lot about yourself. I learned a lot about, my obsessions with ships, for instance.
Ships?
I've had a lot of lifetimes where I was on, in the Navy or sailing or a pirate even.
Wow.
A lot of lifetimes where I was a monk, which I found kind of interesting because I'm really not religious, but I'm kind of really into the same sort of thing if you think about it.
You're like a travel agent for the other side.
Oh, it's amazing. I can't ask people enough to just try this. If you still have fear, here's one really good way of doing it, is you think of someone you love who's already on the other side. And you can create a love bridge. And pretty much everyone has at least one person they know who's, passed away. And what you do is you just concentrate on that person that night and say, I want to see you. Uh-huh. I want you to take me on a tour to the other side. I want to see how it's going. Let's connect. And it will happen. If you might take a couple of meditations, but often it'll happen on the first night if you're really into it.
Well, I know a lot of people who have medical problems, take off to Bangkok in Thailand, get them taken care of, come home with extra money. That's one kind of travel for your health, and you're talking about an entirely different one, which is just so much harder for me. I can never get past that buzz. Just never get past it. Well, this is, of course, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
Gonna take a lot of love, change the way things are. Gonna take a lot of love, we won't get too far. So if you look in my direction, and we don't see eye to eye, my heart needs protection, and so do I.
Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. Preston Dennett is my guest, and I'm so glad to have him. We're discussing out-of-body experiences, OBEs. I've interviewed over the years many people about this topic, and Preston, with some exceptions, is telling me exactly what they've told me. I believe that this is the real thing. You really can do it, folks. I know it's scary, and I'm trying to talk you into something that I'm scared to death of myself, so that's probably uncool, but it really is the real thing. You just have to be able to get past this buzzing, get past this perhaps being paralyzed a little bit, and somehow launch yourself. And I guess it's like, Preston, like a learning experience. Once you've been out, second time is easier, third time easier, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I would say that that's true. Though there are still times, I'll be like lying down, I'll just go to bed, and suddenly I feel the vibrations. I'm like, whoa, I'm still awake here. And I'm like, and I fly out. I'm like, whoa, and that's happened a couple of times.
I do understand. Let's just one last time go back to the dangers, which there are no dangers except for that outlier, which is worrying me a little. So generally, any strong emotion, any fear is a strong emotion, anything will yank you back into your body, and you will be awake immediately. Is that correct? Right.
And, that, again, the problem is staying out. It's not that there aren't any dangers. You can pop out and there's hostile ghosts.
Oh, now see? Now why did you tell me that? Hostile ghosts.
Well, I want to be honest.
Okay, well,
Which has happened to me, a couple of times, but I just ran back to my body, basically. And that happens automatically. It's like, oh no, I'm going back.
Well...
But yeah, it was scary. It definitely was.
Describe that one, if you would, please. Hostile ghosts. You popped... I'm sorry. I need to get oriented. I've got so many questions in my brain, and one is this. It seems to me that the time this occurs is in that, weird little time between consciousness and sleep. There's this little weird gray area, right?
Well, that's the doorway to the, getting out of body.
There you have
sort
it.
of
hypnagogic
state.
Right.
Which is where the magic is. That's where it happens, the crack between the worlds, so to
Boy,
speak.
It's such a weird time, isn't it? Between when you're awake and when you're asleep. And I can tell when it's coming because I start having weird thoughts. Really just off-the-wall weird thoughts about weird things. And then I'm asleep.
Right, I've tracked it very carefully. Suddenly your reasoning goes right out the window.
Oh, yes.
And you're just imagining things, and you're thinking they're real, and it becomes very kind of almost chaotic.
So there's no dangers except, of course, dying because you didn't get snapped back and or manifesting before hostile ghosts.
Right. Well, there was a time I would say I popped out of body, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to go. And I'm going to be totally honest with you. Usually when I go to the other side, it sort of happens automatically, or I do it by just flying real fast and saying, this is where I want to go.
Right.
And you pop out in these beautiful heavenly realms, or sometimes farther where it's even more amazing. But sometimes, you are kind of in between, and there's what you call a darker place.
Yes.
Sort of a blackness, or the lower realms. And I visited these as well to a certain extent. Have you ever intentionally gone to those darker places? Yeah, and it was not nice. People were pushing and shoving, and you try and pull them out of this place, and they can't hear you.
Really?
And it's very uncomfortable, to say the least. But once I was flying out, and I felt some weird little creature grab my ankle.
Oh.
Well, this does not feel human.
Let me tell you something. You have just scared away 70%, 80% of the people who were in your camp ready to try it. Women don't like to think about hostile things grabbing their ankles. They don't like it at all, I can tell you.
I know how it sounds, and it did creep me out a little bit. I reached down and I felt its little fingers.
Oh.
And I peeled them off.
You peeled them off. So in other words, you can, even though you can't move objects out of body, you can move other, dare I say it, other out-of-body entities.
Yes. It feels real, in fact. There's not an experience on Earth that you can't duplicate, and it feels, if not real, even more real. You can interact with it, if it's not the physical environment, an environment that's exactly like it.
I mean, really, Preston, what is one of the scariest things you ever see in a movie? It's some lady standing there with this evil, probably detached hand headed toward her ankle, and everybody screams. So that's a rough one to get past.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, the benefits of this are so much better.
Yeah, but as a travel agent, you might as well pull your shingle off your door. Talking about ankles. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, all right.
So, that was one experience. And another, I'm going to be honest, which was unpleasant, was I flew out of my house, and there was 3 men there who were clearly hostile and wanted to hurt me.
Not the 3 wise men.
No, these were not wise men. These were murderers. These were thieves. These were N-words. I mean, these people were vile.
Lovely.
So I'm like, all right, I'm leaving.
Probably all 3 of them products of having died violently, and God, that was an interesting story, wasn't it? Iceland,
right.
Of all places, Iceland.
It certainly touched a nerve, because there's, as I said, a lot of ghost problems out there. In fact, if a person does this astral travel, at some point you're going to be called on to save a lost soul. I'm like, hey, that hasn't happened to me, so I did it. I did it intentionally. And it was amazing. I found this lost, I was taken actually to this girl who had apparently suffocated under her house. I had the impression that she was murdered, but I couldn't say how. But she was scared. I'm just terrified, and I'm like, it's okay, come with me. And she wouldn't. I'm like, your mommy wants to see you.
Right.
And that sort of, got her. She's like, yeah, really? And I'm like, yeah, I'll take you to your mommy. And I'm just, winging it, because I didn't know what to say. She was a poor little girl. I felt terrible.
That's what every bad guy going after a poor little girl says. I'm going to take you to your mommy.
Yeah, well, somehow I was able to convince her, the poor thing. She took my hand. I could feel it. And I've read a lot about this, that it's, at some point they disappear, and you want to pay very close attention. So I had her hand, and I was looking at her. She was just a little girl with blonde hair, a little sundress.
Yes.
Cute little girl.
Yeah.
And I'm like, let's go see your mommy. And I flew off to, what I would call the heavenly realms. And boom, no sooner was I kind of right through that barrier and into this pastoral place where she was gone.
See, you had me during the first hour. You had me cold. I was ready to try it again, and now you've lost me.
Pastoral place where she was gone.
See, you had me during the first hour. You had me cold. I was ready to try it again, and now you've lost me. I'm scared again. What do you think? We'll come back to OBEs in a second. What do you think causes people to become stuck here? Ghosts.
I think there's a huge number of reasons. And the number one being they're skeptical of life after death to such a point that they don't even consider the possibility that they're dead. So that's a huge problem.
That the dead just don't know they're dead.
They don't know it. They honestly do not. It seems hard for me to believe, but this is a real problem. And as well, there's that whole category of people who are addicted to whether it's alcohol, drugs, or sex, or even their home.
Right.
They don't want to leave their house because they love it, and they know they're dead, and they don't care. Another reason is guilt. People feel so guilty that they're afraid that they're going to be judged by God if they go to the other side.
Well, I have heard that people do get attached to houses, that ghosts get attached to houses, and I'll be honest, I'm attached to my house.
Yeah, I love my little house. I don't want to leave it.
I mean, it is part of a human's comfort level, right, in life. Your house is your castle, whatever you want to call it, your comfort place.
But here's the thing, Art. You have one on the other side. You can create one, is what I'm saying. And it's awesome because you can build things in any way you want with just your thought power. You know, once you get good at this and you go up, what I would say, you know, to the next dimension beyond, or a dimension beyond the pastoral realms. Which is, you know, it gets really crazy up in the higher realms because you can do all these things that are like superhuman.
You know, I wanted to talk to you about this tonight because I wanted to talk about it, but I had no idea that you were this into it, this experienced with it. How long have you been doing this, Preston? Did you begin young or what?
I began pretty young, actually. You know, and this is now my favorite subject, by the way. I love this stuff. It has transformed my life to such a degree that I think
I hear it. Yeah, I can hear it in your voice. You know,
it's so much fun.
You were doing this?
Well, my mom died in 1984, and I was 19 years old. And so it was a real shock. I think our family was very skeptical of this kind of thing. I know they were. Certainly I was. Didn't believe in ghosts or life after death or anything paranormal. And so this was a really difficult thing to deal with, obviously.
Sure.
I saw her ghost. I'm thinking, all right, you know, I'm really flipped my lid. I'm not going to tell anyone this. I'll tell you that.
Right. I get that too. If you were to describe all this, I think in everyday life, I mean, you and I are on a program right now that talks about this kind of thing. But, you know, if this was unraveling to a stranger in a bar, it'd be a problem.
Right.
It'd probably not work out real well for you.
No, I wasn't happy about it, but you know, I started having dreams about her that were very powerful, and I was convinced she was visiting me, even though I knew it was impossible. So it was very confusing. I picked up some books on dreams, which led to lucid dreaming.
Okay, see that causes me to ask a very important question. How do you know, Preston, that these are not just either really good or in some cases really bad dreams?
Well, there's two ways. The first way is when you pop out and you turn and you look at your body, you know. You can feel it. It's a kind of revelatory experience, I guess you might say. But
I do agree with that. If you look at your own body, if you pop out and you look at your own body, that's big. No question about it. That doesn't seem like a dream. I don't think I've ever seen my own body in a dream. I know I haven't.
It looks really weird when you do it, I have to tell you.
Sure
like, whoa. And, you know, and it's very convincing. Absolutely, you know, unlike, I mean, you're awake. Is I guess what I'm trying to say. It's, you know how when you know you're awake, you know you're awake.
Yeah, sure.
It's like that. So you're like, all right, there's no doubt. And
yeah, actually, you are very convincing. It's the tone of your voice and, the enthusiasm in your voice. You just know what he's saying is the real thing, right? Midnight in the Desert, raging in the night. I'm Art Bell. For a moment, you pop out of your body. You pop out on the other side, and there's the screaming lady and 100 of her clones.
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
The screaming lady. All right, Preston Dennett is my guest, and we're talking about a lot of things. We're talking about OBEs mainly, and they are amazing, absolutely amazing. And I'm sure that all of you can also hear it in his voice. This is real if you've got the guts. And if you do, after hearing all of the, well, call it the downside or the possible dangers that actually, you know, as a point here in the interview, well, it does say what are the dangers. You did say there are no dangers earlier, right?
Right. It depends what your definition of danger is. I don't think there's any danger of death or, like certain things that people really fear.
Well, okay, let's try and define danger. Danger might be hand grabbing ankle. Definitely danger. Danger might be 3 murderers staring at you as you pop out. Definite danger. Hand grabbing ankle. Definite danger. Danger might be 3 murderers staring at you as you pop out. Definite danger. Danger might be the line breaks and you can't get back to your body, as in somebody died in their sleep. I mean, I can't get past that one, Preston. A lot of people die in their sleep, and how is it that we can know that they are not victims of a snapped cord?
Well, we can't. I don't know. All I can tell you is that the evidence of people who are doing this regularly are showing a lot of benefits. And the dangers of, getting possessed or getting locked out or all of this is way overblown. I'm not seeing it.
Well, I will give you this. It seems to me that that most people have a positive experience. I just always meditated on that. People do die in their sleep, and no, the cord never snaps. Well, not for those who live. Excuse me. So mostly it's a good deal, folks. Give it a try. And so now describe, if you would, Preston, how it actually is done. When you get to that magic little place and you feel yourself slipping towards sleep, and instead of sleeping, you want to leave your body, what's the key?
Right. Well, the way to slip to that magical place is you relax to the point where you start to feel one of several sensations. Now, this could be numbness, this could be lightness, or even a feeling of heaviness. Mm-hmm. You want to get to that place where you don't even know where your arms and legs are. You're lying there in bed like, where are my arms and legs? You want to get really relaxed. I mean, profoundly relaxed.
Okay.
Sometimes it takes me, 20 minutes. And if you start feeling this vibration, this is excellent news. And yes, it can get very loud. In fact, you can hear all kinds of noises, even swearing and growling, and furniture moving, engine noises, people's voices.
You're hearing all this in this middle period?
This can happen. It doesn't happen to most people. Normally, they just feel a vibration and hear a noise.
Yeah.
And then you pop out, and it's very disorienting because you have not done this before, and it's difficult to see.
See, that's why I think a lot of people pop out and then pop back in immediately because they had the you-know-what scared out of them.
That's what I did. Yeah, I'm like, all right, this is going to be fun. I'm going to do the exercises. And I did the exercises. I started to have lucid dreams. One day I popped out. I'm like, oh, this is not good news. I've just died. What have I done?
I bet a lot of people think that.
And I looked at my body. I'm like, well, this is awful. I'm like, oh, this is not good news. I've just died. What have I done?
I bet a lot of people think that.
And I looked at my body. I'm like, well, this is awful. I feel really bad. And I dived back into it, and I woke up instantly, and I thought, oh my God, I just did it. And I was super excited.
Huh. Without apparent danger in that. So you've done this so many times that you've had these very occasional, what would you say, 1% negative?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Maybe even a little less. There was one time I did come up to this giant wall, and I couldn't break through it. And finally I was able to break through it. So that was a little disconcerting, but I just broke through it.
Yeah, you're supposed to be able to go through anything, sort of.
Yeah, this was a barrier between the dimensions.
Wow. All right, and you also say, or you pose a question about the deceased. You're suggesting that you can visit with those who have passed.
Right.
That says so much. I mean, if you can do that, then, my goodness, Preston, you really are in the place where the light is, in the place where you'll ultimately go. Otherwise, how can you see those who have passed?
Oh, Art, I have to tell you, the first time I went doing this because I wanted to see my mother. The first time I actually went awake and did this and saw her was the most amazing reunion I have ever had with anybody. Now I've done this several times. I've known a number of people who've died, and pretty much every time I'll go and visit them.
Wow.
But boy, with her.
So you met your mom.
Oh man, I was on my knees. She was so young. She looked so young. I couldn't believe it. I've lost most of my hair, but it all came flowing back. I have full hair back there. All my wrinkles disappear.
On the other side?
Oh yeah, it's great.
Sounds good right away. Get your hair back?
It's amazing. And my mom looks amazing. I'm like, Mom! And, just the reunion was unbelievable.
So you recognized her as Mom, even though she was younger and more vibrant? Wow.
In fact, when you're out of body, sometimes there's these things called projections. You're making these things around you, your thoughts. And you're like, is this even a real person?
Okay,
you have to be a little bit careful.
There's a very good point. Do you think, Preston, it's possible that the living human mind is creating these, do you think, Preston, it's possible that the living human mind is creating these, what's the right word for it? Star Trek had a word for it, I think.
Materializations or...
No. These worlds, I mean, I guess the question is it possible it's just your own human mind in some sort of mode to create a hologram?
Well, to a certain extent, yes, because the universe is composed of our thoughts. And that's what it comes down to. This physical world is actually a projection.
Right. You have thoughts of your mom, right? When she was young, or not?
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The proof that this isn't coming from a living mind, though, I think is pretty extensive. We have a lot of people visiting these locations on the other side, and they're describing the same type of thing. The people are getting information that they couldn't have gotten any other way, about the deceased and things like this.
Okay, that's an interesting question. And proof. In other words, how many times has somebody gone to the other side and come back with, some piece of information that amounts to proof because it could not have been known in any other way?
Yep, happened to me. Couldn't believe it. I popped out and I'm on the other side walking around, and I'm like, this is the bright place. This is where I usually go and, to meet people who've died. It's very bright. And there was my friend Rex. I'm like, Rex? What in God's name are you doing here? He was alive. I'm like, what? He was looking great. Normally he's in pretty bad health. Hunched over, has stomach problems. Yeah. But by no means, super severe to the point of, death or anything like this.
And you're saying he was at that time still among the living?
Well, I came back to my body. I'm like, oh my God, do I call him? I should call him.
Right.
He was actually my father's friend. I don't know him that well.
Right.
I'm like, well, I don't really know him. Well, he called, or his family called us. He had a stroke. And he was non-responsive. He was, in a coma there for a while. He eventually did recover.
Wow.
But, he looked great there on the other side, I have to tell you.
How soon after you came back did he have that stroke?
He had already had the stroke.
Already?
Yeah. But I did not know it.
So he was sort of a little bit here and a little bit there, in a way.
I think that's what it was. Absolutely. Yeah. It was the place where I always see these people, who have passed on. Usually. I had a friend who died of alcoholism. And a very close friend, by the way. It was tragic. And I'm like, well, I don't know how this is going to go.
Right.
And I'm like, but I'm going to try. And about, a couple of weeks after he died, I gave him a little bit of time. I popped out. It kind of happened naturally. And I found myself in this very dark place, one of the much lower realms. And he was not a happy man. He did not look well, and he told me, I'm not ready. He kept saying, I'm not ready. I could not do anything for him. So that was terrible. I came back not feeling well. I'm like, oh no, I can't tell anyone this, his family or anyone.
You should have said something to him about the clinic on the other side.
Right? Well, I prayed for him, is what I did, and I went back, I sent him, I guess, what you call love energy.
Okay, all of these experiences you've had on the other side, Preston, was there ever a sign of what, we all think of as God or a God?
Oh yeah.
Oh?
Yeah. I think the higher you go, it starts to permeate the atmosphere. It starts to glow and sparkle in a way that you're like, all right, this is like the source. I went to the light. I'm like, all right, I want to try the light. Right. I did that. I basked in it. I'm like, wow, this is lovely. But it was kind of like a sauna. It's like beautiful. Lots of love. It was great.
A sauna.
But I didn't stay there.
Right. If you did, I doubt I'd be interviewing you right now. Preston Dennett is my guest. This, of course, is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. Stay right where you are.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. Debris found in the western Indian Ocean on Wednesday appears to be part of a Boeing 777, the same model as Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 that disappeared in 2014. A source close to the investigation says there is a unique element to the Boeing 777's wing flap component that Boeing observers believe making resemblance to Michael Jackson. She says it certainly is very spooky. The image is so clear. Sometimes you can see these things in photos. It's an image of something, but you're almost willing it to be something else. But you look at it and it's clearly a face, and it does look like Michael Jackson. A physicist is building a time machine to reconnect with his dead father. His scientific papers were published years ago, filled with equations wrought by the energies of a younger man. But at 69, theoretical physicist Ron Mallett still goes to work every day to build a time machine. Boyd Mallett died when Ron was 10. He vowed as a boy to sail back through time in a device to warn the older Mallett of the heart attack that would take his life on the night of his 11th wedding anniversary. A University of Connecticut research professor who for years taught in the classroom, Mallett immersed himself in the mysteries of time and space, crafting equations derived from the work of Albert Einstein. This year is a milestone for both his heroes. The 100th anniversary of Einstein's general theory of relativity that made time travel a serious topic among today's theoreticians, and the 60th anniversary of his father's death. The number of lectures that Mallett gives has doubled because of the Einstein anniversary. Their current model is a series of stacked ring lasers, each glowing green ring circulating at its level around a glass tube, the whole stack theoretically twisting the space inside. The equation near the beginning of his story was published in 2000 in the first of Mallett's two breakthrough scientific papers. It begins with the Greek letter omega and describes how a neutron can be moved or dragged because the space it occupies is being twisted by laser light. Einstein connected space and time. If space can be twisted, so can time, twisted and bent back onto itself to form loops. No longer linear, time becomes a circular highway that can be traveled in both directions, to the past and future. He says, think of a cup of coffee. The coffee represents empty space. The spoon is the laser stirring that space. Drop a coffee bean, a neutron, into the cup, and it swirls and swirls in the coffee vortex, pulled around by a process known to scientists as frame dragging. Enough intense swirling, space twists and time twists and loops back onto itself. Will Mallett finally succeed in this lifelong dream of building a time machine? Only time will tell. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
There's a man going round taking names, and he decides who to free and who to blame. Everybody won't be treated all the same. There'll be a golden ladder reaching down when the man comes around. the hairs on your arm will stand up at the terror in each sip and in each sup. Will you partake of that last offered cup or disappear into the potter's ground when the man comes around?
Midnight in the Desert spans the world. To call us from outside the U.S. and Canada only, use Skype with a headset mic if on a computer and call MITD 55. That's MITD 55.
Okay, it's time for the talk. I'm going to open the lines because Preston Dennett is so fascinating. I know that some of you have questions. So here's the talk. The best way to reach us is Skype. It is the cleanest way, actually. If you can get a good Skype connection, for example, on a smartphone, doesn't matter whether you've got an iPhone or whatever kind of smartphone you have. Android, doesn't matter. Put Skype on it, and then get yourself ready. And the way you get ready is to dial MITD 51. If you're in North America or Canada, MITD 51, Midnight in the Desert 51. And then it'll be in your list, and you can, even though I haven't, pair it up with you, as it were, you can hit that any time and call. It's that easy. It really is that easy, especially on a smartphone. Or, of course, a computer. And if you're on a computer, you need a headset. Now, if you're outside of North America, anywhere else in the world, worldwide, it's MITD 55. MITD 55. Then, one more thing. We've got a public number, a telephone number. You can call that and get on the air, but you've got to let it ring until it's answered. Please don't get discouraged. We're not screening calls. We'll just take them as we get them, but we won't put you on hold. So the public number you can call is area code 952-225-5278. Let me give that again. The public number is area code 952-225-5278. All that said, Preston, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, you can imagine, a lot of people have questions about this kind of thing. So, we're going to go to some of them if it's okay with you.
Oh yeah, bring them on.
Trust me, they'll come. Anne, hello there on Skype. You're on the air. Anne.
Oh, Anne, this is Dino.
Well, Dino, it says Anne there, A-N-N-E. What am I supposed to do?
I know, it must be my wife's name. How you doing, Art?
Just fine.
Yeah, hey, I'm calling from the Facebook group Talking Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell.
Really? Okay.
Shut up.
Yeah, hey.
Yeah, interesting guest you got going here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's an interesting topic, and it's real. I've interviewed so many people about this, and they sort of say the same thing. Now, Preston gave me more of the possible negative side than others have. Other than that, though, the process, how it's done, all that seems the same, so.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried many years to get to that point. Still can't get there. I don't know if he has any, any help for us who can't get to that point.
Right.
Because I've been trying. Can't get there, though.
Preston?
Right. Well, there are different ways to approach it. You can approach this during the day. There's a simple exercise you can do that has a really powerful effect. And that's to ask yourself if you are out of body right now. And I know how it sounds because you're not. But if you do this, as much as you possibly can, but at least a couple of times a day, preferably, every hour, you will do this at night. And you will have the most profound experience because suddenly you're going to ask yourself this question and you're going to find out that you are in fact out of body. But you have to do what's called reality testing. And to do reality testing, well, there's various ways, to find out if you're out of body or not. You can try throwing something. If it levitates, you're out of body. You can try pushing your finger through your desk or a wall.
That could be painful if you fail.
Just lightly press and it'll be astounding. You'll be at work there typing or whatever you do.
See, for example, right now. Ow.
Yeah, my finger ain't going through at all. No, but
No, yeah, but
I will
want you
keep
to do this
trying.
once,
That's for sure.
Whenever you think of it, a couple times a day, and you'll do this at night, and your finger's gonna go through that desk, and you're gonna be like, "Oh my God, I'm out of body."
I would be
already out of body.
All right. So during the day, enlighten me. I get the between consciousness and sleep part, but during the day, how do you do this?
Well, this is something you want to do all day long. When you wake up,
I don't know.
During breakfast, at work, when you come home, ask yourself, am I dreaming right now? Could this possibly be a dream? Could I be out of body? And you look around. If you see any anomalies, this is what's called a cue, and pretty much every dream will have one. Something that's not quite matching up with reality as you know it. And this is how you get lucid.
Yeah, I will try this out. I hope I don't hurt my finger. But I love the show, Art. Love the show. Love that you're back. And Dino giving you a shout out there. Love you.
I love being here. Thank you very much. And we've got an international caller, I believe, on the line. Hello? Hello there. Are you there? Going once. Come on, I know you're there. Brandon. Is that right? Brandon, are you there? No, I guess Brandon's not going to say anything. Okay, no problem. We can move on. And we've got a million calls here, so not sure where to go. Let's go to the phones and say, hello there. You are on Midnight. Hello?
Yeah, Art?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. This is Gary out in Phoenix and some Roswells over there.
Thank you.
For you. Yeah, this is one of my favorite subjects. I was back in, I've had, like 4 out-of-body experiences. The first one was back in 1996 or 97. And I was having that, sleep paralysis thing with the vibration, and I was always be terrified. It happened periodically throughout my life, and then I actually heard your program, and I forget who you had on there, but he was saying about directing your energy away from your body.
Yes.
Yeah, and so I did it, and
it worked.
I wasn't very successful, but I ended up right by the doorknob. It was like I was trying to go out the front door, but I was hovering right above the doorknob, and then another time I got freaked out. I got out of my body and I went down to the ground. And so I was looking up and I could see my hand out the edge of my bed, and it freaked me out. I just popped back in my body. But
right, see, anything that freaks you out, I guess, brings you back, according to Preston.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, that's absolutely what happens. Yeah, there's all different kinds of ways of getting out of your body. The best way is to do visualizations of some kind, and usually something involving movement, like being on a swing set maybe, or the bow of a boat going up and down, or pretending that you're running down a pathway. There's various things like this, spinning in a circle. All of these will spin you right out of your body, and it's a very easy way to do it.
Okay, those are actually pretty good tips. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And here is Triana, I think. You never know whose name is on the Skype. It could be somebody else. But it says Triana. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Trina in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Trina, okay. You're really loud, Trina, so just back away a little bit.
Okay, is that better?
It is. So much better, yes.
Okay, great. Roswell's.
Thank you.
I just wanted to call in and make a comment. I got a little bit spooked a few minutes ago. Your guest was talking about something reaching out and grabbing his leg.
I knew it. See, I knew that. Yeah.
I'm beginning to wonder if your guest was there in my experience, because I experienced that exact same thing.
Oh, Preston, did you grab her ankle?
The funny thing about it is, I was in a room where there were lots of like little baby gray hands.
Ooh.
They covered the room. The entire room was covered with these little hands. But one huge gray hand came out from the middle and grabbed my leg, but I was paralyzed.
Yeah, for sure.
So I couldn't get away from it. And it was the scariest thing I have ever experienced in my life.
Okay, Triana, did it snap you back to your body?
It did. It did. I did wake up, but I could still feel the hand on my leg.
God. Well,
that was the scariest part about it.
Yeah. Preston, something like that could scare you so much that you would never, ever try it again. Yes?
Yeah, that's true. I think, but if you read the books about it, you'll see that there's some amazing things that this can do for you, and there are ways to protect yourself. You can do white light meditations, and as you get good at this sort of thing is not a problem at all. You automatically pop out into the very high realms.
Giant gray hands, they're a problem for me, and obviously for Deanna. Are you, Deanna, are you going to try it again, hon,
yeah.
Or are you finished?
No. Well, see, actually, I didn't try it the first time. It just happened to me.
Oh.
I just went to that weird place, and it was like, I don't know, it wasn't a dream. It was that state that you talk about where you're in between being asleep and being awake.
Right.
I wasn't trying to do it. It just happened. But I would certainly never try it now that has happened to me.
So even after all the encouraging things, the very encouraging things that Preston has said about this, it's a big no.
As of right now, it is a big no. If I were to have a positive experience without trying it, then I may go forward with trying it more often in the future. But after this, I would never just go for it and try it.
I get it.
I would love to have the experiences that some of these other people have had, where you go and you see friends and family and loved ones.
Mm-hmm.
But after this, I just don't know if I could go there.
Okay. I so get it, Trina. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much for taking my call, Art.
Oh,
and
you're very welcome.
We're really glad that you're back.
Do it again. Call again. Thank you. So, Preston, there you go. She got scared so profoundly.
Yeah, well, the thing is, this is something that I would encourage everyone to do because sooner or later we are going to die. And it gives us a huge leg up.
Yeah, but this is like practice.
It absolutely is. And you can grow spiritually leaps and bounds by doing this kind of stuff.
Not to mention the clinic.
And here's another thing that we haven't even talked about. This wakens up your psychic abilities so profoundly that, I was coming home with dreams that were coming true on a pretty much daily basis, and it translated into waking clairvoyance. And I've had so many, really profound psychic experiences as a result of doing this.
Well, okay. I mean, those are encouraging words. Here's somebody called Tristamy21. Are you there?
Hi there, Art.
I get to see your picture,
Yeah, it's a little offensive. Sorry about that.
Well, yeah, it's two fingers
up in the air.
Both trying to send me a message there. I almost didn't answer you because of that.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's an old picture.
You might want to modify that. Not a lot of people would answer that, but
No. Well, yeah.
I go on screen, so what the heck?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I've had something happen. It was when I was younger. I actually fell off a cliff and landed on my back, and I couldn't stand up. I couldn't move. It was like paralyzed.
Wow.
And it seemed like an out-of-body kind of experience. It was really surreal. Things were quite odd.
Do you think you were conscious the whole time or not?
I don't know. It was just really bizarre. I don't know how to explain it. Never felt anything like that in my life before, though. And I couldn't move, and then all of a sudden, after that, I got up and I could walk again. I thought I was paralyzed, though.
How far did you fall?
About 15 feet.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have been out cold, for sure. And maybe you were. Who knows?
Well, yeah, I landed right on a rock on my spine, basically.
Ay. Yeah. Okay, so maybe you went to the clinic.
I didn't go anywhere.
Well, I know. But I mean, you were
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
You said you got up and could walk.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Like how that happened. I thought I was paralyzed.
Usually, you fall 15 feet onto a rock.
Mm-hmm.
No walkie. No walkie. You don't walk
right.
on, so...
Well, what's interesting about that is that's getting the wind knocked out of you to the point where it's actually knocking you right out of your body, partially. And this is actually pretty commonly reported in falls.
Really?
People will find themselves standing next to their body for a brief second and then slip back in or feel kind of dissociated. They might see glows and just have difficulty, just like you're describing, actually. Exactly what's different.
Do you see any kind of light or darkness or anything weird?
Things seemed kind of lighter. It was a long time ago, but yeah.
Still amazing.
Yeah, I just can't even really describe it.
All right, well, close enough. 15 feet onto a rock. My God.
Yeah.
Change the picture, trust me.
Well, I'm lucky. Yeah, I can walk.
Right. Like I said, change the picture.
Yes, I will. I'll call you again soon, and
please do.
I'll have
yes.
a different one. Yeah,
yes.
I'll have a nice one.
Something nice. Yes, that'd be nice. Most people, believe me, would not have answered that in a million years. Let's go to the phone. So many people. Spokane, Washington. You're on the air. Good evening. Preston is listening.
How you doing, Art?
Okay, sir.
On the air. Hey, I was just going to say I've had several experiences out of body, and I've been doing it quite a few times, and then all of a sudden I hit this wall, literally, and wasn't unable to do it again. It always seemed like it was my escape.
You mean, okay, we don't have a great connection. You're saying you hit a wall, literally.
Literally. There was this house. I'd always go to this house when there was trouble, when I was projecting myself to access my way back into my body. And I would always end up calling through this or that way, and I would open the door and go through. Well, I opened the door, and it's bricked up, and I have never been able to do it again since.
Okay, well, Preston says that you can go through walls, right?
Yeah, well, I was literally like bang, done, bounced back, and never been able to do it again.
Huh.
There's a question thing about that.
So you're done with it, huh?
I've tried. I can't do it.
Okay, well, maybe it's that you can't, because you can't go through walls. Any advice on going through walls, Preston?
Yeah, well, I know what he's saying. I've actually reached this at a point, I was unable to do it for a year. I'm like, well, is this ability gone from me? Because there's a couple of cases out there where people did it for a while and then, boom, they couldn't do it. And they had like one last visitation with a spirit who said, you're done because you've learned all you need to learn, or you're not at that level, or various messages like this.
So he needs to try the wall again.
Yeah, I think that if you continue to do various exercises, read the literature, try the different ways of doing it, it will come back to you. Absolutely.
Okay. Caller, are you still there?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Well, try. So, can you try the wall again and let us know?
I will do that.
Walk, don't run. That would be the only advice I could give. Walk, don't run. It's going to hurt But on the other hand, maybe that would show your determination. You just go way back and take a big run at the wall.
Yeah, I've done it, and I bounced right off.
Oh.
I did. But I didn't hurt myself, but I sure felt it.
God, if this was a travel agency, you'd be so broke.
And there was another time I was like out on my balcony, and I'm standing on the rail. I'm thinking, I wonder if I'm actually out of body. I'm like, God, if I fall, this could be terrible. I'm like, no, I'm actually out of body. I know I must be, because I wouldn't be standing on the rail.
Let me guess, you jumped.
And so I jumped, and I fell all the way down 3 stories.
And lived to be on a radio program and tell about it, right? All right, Preston, hold tight. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
Night matters are best handled by those that understand how to move in the darkness, like Art Bell. To call the show, please dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
I really wish that was true, that I know how to move in the darkness, I know how to do talk radio in the darkness, but when it comes to astral travel or out-of-body experiences, not so much. I've had one that just was wonderful and scared me really seriously on the other side, and none since. And I think it's the fear. I do believe that it's the fear. And Preston may have helped you tonight, but on the other hand, he may not have. Some scary stuff, actually. Preston, you're back, and I think somebody's with you on the international line named Luke. Luke, are you there?
That's right. I am, actually, yeah.
Good. I'm glad you're there, Luke. Where are you, by the way?
I'm from Australia. I'm actually about 100 k's away from Melbourne in Geelong.
Down under.
Yeah. I've been listening to you for many years now, and this is actually the first time I've been able to listen to you live, and it's just incredible. I thought, what the heck, I'll try and see if I can call up and, you know.
Yeah, it's live. That's right. It's live worldwide, and it's just that Australia, Japan, you know, the Southeast Asian areas are all sort of at a good time for the show. And a lot of people, I think, don't realize it is live, but it is right now.
No, it's fantastic. Would I be able to shout out my father? He's turning 70 today. So I'm going to take him out a little bit later tonight. But,
oh, that's really a big birthday. I know, I just had one.
Yeah. I wanted to call up. I don't know that I have a similar sort of experience as the other listeners.
Maybe you've got a question about it.
Oh, sort of. I had an experience that was more like going into myself. I was sort of lying down one night. I was quite relaxed. I'd had a hard day at work, and I just found myself sort of relaxing more so, and sort of found myself in this dark space. It was almost like I'd changed some sort of consciousness, and I actually saw myself sort of out of body as a young child. But I was working through a lot of things at the time. I had a lot of things that happened.
So wait a minute, let me get it straight. You exited your body, and you were your young self.
Yeah, it was just so bizarre. It was like I was young again. I was seeing myself as a 10-year-old. Wow. I mean, I'm 26 now. This probably happened maybe 8 or 9 months ago, but it was so bizarre, and I actually felt young again. I sort of felt my mind slow down to how it had when I was, you know, that age. I was thinking about things that I hadn't thought about for many, many years.
Wow.
It was just insane.
That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. I mean, to actually feel young and to understand that feeling is pretty amazing. Preston?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, Luke. What's really interesting is when you go out of body, time collapses to a certain extent. In fact, the farther you go, you can effectively travel in time. And sometimes when you pop out of body, you go to the past. You can go to your childhood or connect with that, or even the future for that matter. I get what you're talking about.
I think it's so cool. I mean, just to feel that young again, to remember what it felt like. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I mean, I suppose that was something I've been sort of processing, I guess a little bit as well, and maybe subconsciously it came on. I'm not really sure. It was just really bizarre. I've had a few other times when I've sort of felt myself going back into that sort of place, but the age difference wasn't there. But it always seems like I'm going in on myself, not traveling out elsewhere. I unfortunately didn't catch the first half of the program, but it sort of sounded like you were talking a lot about almost like astral travel.
Yes.
Is that right?
Trust me on this. It's worth joining, becoming a time traveler, and downloading it. It's really a fascinating program all the way around. And what you just said is fascinating, too, and especially calling all the way from Australia. Thank you so much.
No worries. Thank you so much, Art.
All right. Take care. That's really neat. I mean, can you remember what you felt like at 10?
Well, not as well as I would like, but you can connect with it through the out-of-body thing for sure.
Yeah, to have that fresh again would be awesome.
Yeah, you know what's amazing? Because on the other side, you can travel in an instant. There's no such thing as rate or distance, really. So if you take that equation, that we have rate times time equals distance, it collapses time. So this is kind of why we have precognition when we come back from these experiences, or you can travel to the past and, see this thinking of the Titanic or what have you.
Okay, Preston, I had one precognitive experience, but I don't think it had anything to do with astral travel or being out of my body. On the other hand, what do I know? Maybe it did. But I remember being awake, moving from place to place when I had this experience. So no, I think I was awake. I don't think I was astrally traveling, but your point is good. Test it, is what you say, right?
Right. Well, what I'm saying is if you do this astral travel, be prepared to have a lot of psychic experiences, because it activates, I guess you would call them your chakras. Mm-hmm. And you'll feel it. I mean, you will physically feel this stuff when you have, premonition. For example, I mean, I had a really powerful one. I had this vision. I was going to the ATM to get some money,
yes.
And I had this vision that there was this gangster-looking guy there, dressed in leather, whipping his hair around. I'm like, God, that's weird.
Yes, it is.
And drive up, it's up still a mile away. Got there, and there he was. Got chills down my spine, just like I saw. I'm like, I'm not going near that thing.
Okay, so in other words, it was a precognitive warning.
Exactly. I've had a number of those. And you start to learn stuff about people that, you can, to a certain extent, read people a lot better than you normally could.
Wow. All right. Wallaceburg, it's midnight. You're on the air. Hello. Wherever Wallaceburg is on the phone. Hello?
Oh, yes. Hello, Art. How are you doing? It's an honor to be part of your show. I have a question for your guest there. I guess I've lucid dreamed lately, but this one time, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous.
Relax. Just take a deep breath.
Yeah.
You're just talking.
Sure. This one time I awoke and I was laying in bed and I saw the back of my body leaving the bedroom or getting out of bed and walking towards the bedroom door.
Wow.
And I thought it was so odd, obviously, to see myself walking away. So it's like a reverse out of the body or something. So I was wondering if he has ever experienced anything like that or what it would mean, if it has any meaning.
That is so opposite. Preston, he sees himself walking away. How could that be?
Yeah, that has happened to me. Not quite in exactly that way, but that's called bilocation. And what's happening is you're conscious in either your body or your astral body. And if you're good at it, you can do both. There was one time where I was out there flying, I don't know where in God's name I was, but far away. And at the same time, I started to become aware of my bedroom. And mind you, I'm lying there with my eyes closed. But I'm like, I think I'm awake. So I opened one eye. And I'm like, yep, I'm awake. At the same time, I'm out there astral traveling. So to a certain extent, this is called bilocation. People are able to do it to the extent, that they can sit down and be physically in another place.
So this caller could probably switch positions. If he was really good at it, he could jump to the astral body that was leaving and be in that one.
Right. That's what I would recommend. Concentrate on that one and see if you can transfer your awareness to it. You should be able to.
What do you think? You want to give it a try?
Well, it just happened, I never meant for it to happen or anything. So, and this is probably a couple of years ago now. So, sure, if it ever happens again, I would perhaps try that. But yeah.
All right. Well, good luck with it, and I hope it works. Whew. This is a lot to take in. It really is. Let's go to Nick on Skype. Hi, Nick.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Oh, sure. Just fine.
Hey, Art, long-time listener. I'm glad you're back. Real quick, I just had a question for Mr. Preston. Has he ever confused, or I don't know how to put it another way, out-of-body experiences with lucid dreaming? Because I know that as a kid, I used to practice lucid dreaming a lot. Went on message boards reading about lucid dreaming, and I feel like a lot of what he's saying reminds me
Of lucid dreaming. That makes sense. Preston?
Right. Well, most people who look into this agree that they're connected. There's no doubt. I think personally that a lucid dream is when you know you're projecting the reality around you. But the problem is you can be out of body in one of the higher dimensions and be doing this. So the definitions blur. It's hard to say where the line is between the two, but you can project out of a lucid dream into the physical world.
Well, because
so you know.
I have felt the whole out of body experience thing. One time I was asleep on a couch and I was in a strange place, and all of a sudden I was half awake, half asleep, and I felt like there was someone sitting on my chest. A scary voice kind of came into my head, and I sort of saw myself in the room. But that only happened one time. But I've had lucid dreamings happen. I've had lucid dreams a lot more than that. And I felt like there was a distinct difference between those two things. You don't think there's a distinct, difference between the two?
Well, there's sort of gradations, I would say. It's very hard to divide them apart because some people feel that the lucid dream is superior to the normal out-of-body experience. I think they're separate. There are certain levels to dreaming. In the very beginning, you have dreams, which are just the things you did throughout the day, the movies you saw. Then you move up to a psychological level of dreaming, where you're dealing with your fears and desires. And then you bring in lucid dreaming, and you can deal with those in a conscious way. But at some point, you don't dream like a normal person. You're awake all night and never actually fall asleep. And you understand the difference between a mental projection in front of you, depending on where you are. I mean, if you're in the physical world, or if on the other side where you're manipulating things, or you're in a consensus reality, like, the heavenly realms, where everyone agrees this is, the way it is.
Okay.
So it's hard to describe.
Sure it is. All of this is hard for words. Caller, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And I'd just like to give a quick shout out to Richard Hoagland. Looking forward to his show after this. I'm really enjoying it. And just remember to think of the suicides.
Coming up at midnight. All right. Suicides. So I get into this state, Preston, where I think that I have not slept all night. And frankly, I haven't slept all night, but I have been in that little tiny gray area we were talking about, in and out of it, so much that I lose track of reality. That's the only way to put it. And I might have a dream that appears to be, or seems to be, so real and so quick, and I'm just like in and out of this, if I can't sleep. Most of our dreams occur, I'm told, in that area between sleep and wakefulness. Is that true?
Right, the REM state.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
But like I said, we all go out of body every night, and the truth is we're not unconscious. We're conscious on the other side. We're talking to our relatives. We're having experiences. We're planning out our days.
Right.
And then we catch snippets of this as we go down in a gradation to the physical world. There's been times when I've been so far up there that I had to stop at each level and write this down in a dream diary, take that one down a level, and write that down, and so on until I'm finally like, am I really awake now?
So I guess it's pretty common stuff. Boy, we have got to take a break, so we're going to do that. With Preston Dennett as a guest, we indeed are raging through the night from the high desert and the great American Southwest. It just keeps getting better and better.
But it is what's next. To cast your ray of light into the darkness, please call 1-952. Call ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Oh, we definitely are what's next. Hi, everybody. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert. My guest is Preston Dennett, and we're talking about OBEs. And I get messages on the computer, and so here is one for you, Preston. This comes from Joe, and he says, can OBEs allow you to travel to different points in time as well. Time.
Yes.
I mean, that's what the one caller said, right? He was 10.
Right. It's really startling when it first happens. You're like, what's going on? But, yeah, you can travel to the past or the future. I think the future is a little bit harder because you get, probable realities and you're not sure if these things are going to happen or not. But you can try to travel to the past. I tried to see the Titanic, but I was not successful.
Really?
Yeah, I figured.
So you can travel to important times in history.
People have been successful at doing this. It's sort of a psychic, investigations.
Sort of time travel, actually.
Right, absolutely. We have the ability to do this. Time is not what we think it is. It's on the physical plane, at least, it's a fault of perception. The truth is, time is simultaneous.
All right, all the way across the country. Florida. DeLand, Florida, I think. You're on the air.
Hey, Art.
Hey, caller.
Yeah. I have you to thank for all my out-of-body experiences I've had over the years.
Really? You heard some of my old shows on them?
Oh, your first show I listened to was the night Chuck Harder, you were talking about Chuck Harder was missing. I don't know if you remember that.
Man, that was a long time ago. Sure, I remember.
It was a long time ago. But my father had passed away, and my mother was an invalid. And my sister lived with her, and she used to go to work really early in the morning, and I used to get up and drive over to my mother's, and what I found out was it was interrupted sleep was causing it, but you had Albert Taylor on one night.
That's right.
And he was describing it, and I had the vibration thing a couple of times, and you feel like you're going to die. I mean, it's a frightening thing.
I'm laughing, but it is frightening.
Yeah, but what I was wanting to say to you is, when you get to that point, that's as scary as it gets. Once you just are there, you just get out of bed real quick, roll out, and you'll be standing there, and it's really cool. But there's some things that I've noticed. I've had a lot of them, and there's certain things that I've read a lot of different books on it too because of it, and I've made some little bullet points. I've seen these guys. They look like monks with the hoods, like Grim Reapers without the sickle. I went to talk to one of them, and he just turned into like a stone pillar.
Really? See, that's not necessarily encouraging. That's not an ankle grab, but that's,
No, but I've had the grabbing and stuff. That's, yeah, I've had that laying in bed, and I've had a lot of these things, but there's certain things, like I've never seen the silver cord, really. One time I thought maybe, but for the most part, no.
Well, it's a good question, Preston. Do people see that cord? Do they actually see it?
I never did. I looked for and finally I'm like, you know what, I'm going to see it, and I finally did.
I was going to say, otherwise, how do you know it's there?
Well, it's there because enough people report it, and if you look hard enough, you can find it. For some people, it's a tiny little filament. For others, it's a big white hose.
Right.
Some people never see it at all. Some people see it symbolically.
I'd want to see it, and I'd actually want to test its tensile strength.
Exactly. Yeah, you can do that.
So you've never caller, you have finally seen it, or what?
Not really. I had an obstruction in my vision one time, but when they talk about like commanding stuff, I think it was William Buhlman had in his book about clarity now. Oh, it's unbelievable. That really, you can see good. The other thing is sometimes when you're laying there before, when you've got the vibration thing going on,
right?
That third eye bit, that's pretty neat because all of a sudden you can see, but your eyes are closed. But yeah, it's just quite an experience.
Well, right away, seeing with your eyes closed, that'd be a big tip-off right there.
Yeah, well, how I always have done it, I've laid in bed and just focused on my breathing.
Right.
And as you breathe in, I just make like it's coming up my feet, up my legs, and then out. And while I'm relaxing, and then when you think you're relaxed, you can kind of like relax one more time. You just get more limp. A lot of times I'll focus on a little shape, a triangle or a square or something.
Right.
But then the other thing that helps also for me is thinking about where you, I think it was Albert Taylor might have said it, but thinking about where you are in your body, and it's like, 2 inches behind your eyes or whatever, And when you think about that, you get to where you don't feel your arms and legs anymore. You're just so relaxed. But that's usually when you hear the roaring sound or the people talking to you or what. I mean, it's very strange. But once anymore, I haven't had one in quite a while. But I noticed when I was doing it, I got to where I could have them pretty much every night if I wanted to. But it drains you something terrible. I mean,
sure.
If you do it back to back, couple of nights, you feel like you've been hit by a truck. I mean, and then what happens is you get so tired, you just, when you go to sleep, you just won't have one. But what did it for me was the interrupted sleep, and I didn't know what it was. And like I say, going over to my mother's in the mornings there, and then laying back down to get another hour or two of sleep. And when I first had it, I didn't know whether to go to like the hospital or what, because that vibration feeling and you just feel like you're going to die, it's very unsettling. But like I say, I had that several times and I had no idea what it was. But then I heard Albert on your show talking about it, and he was saying about, you have to just go with it. And it's scary to do, but the first time I did it,
well, it's easy to say. It's easy to say, but it's not so easy to actually do if you're afraid.
Well, no, I was afraid, and that was the thing that Albert, was saying, you just got to go with it. And I just got to the point where I wasn't enjoying having the vibration thing all the time.
Oh, no.
And then, like I say, as soon as you roll out, that's gone. That's the scariest part. Once you get to that point, that's as bad as it. From there on, it's just really cool. Then you can. I've stood on the moon, Art, and looked at the Earth, and picked up a handful of. It was like beach sand. Just
I did the same thing. Did the same darn thing.
Really?
Yeah, couldn't believe it. To hear you say that, it's so cool because that's exactly what I did.
The first night that the first time I had it, I fell out of my body, and I was laying on the floor looking up at my legs on the bed, and it was like, and then boom, I was back. But then the next night, I was able to completely just roll out, and I got to the foot of the bed, and I was standing there. I could see my wife and myself sleeping, and I was a little hesitant to leave the room, and I did, like triple somersaults and stuff right there. It was just amazing. And then I was back. And after that, I got brave, and I thought, okay, I'm going to go somewhere. And I dove through the front windows in the bedroom, which I thought was going to take me out into like my front yard. And I ended up in the tunnel with the light at the end.
Wow.
And that was quite a ride. And I got to the end of where the light was, and I stopped, and I thought, this isn't where I want to go right now. And I was right back up the tunnel and back in my body.
I was about to ask you if you considered the John Lear thing at that point, but apparently not.
Yeah, no, like I say, it's a lot. When you have it happen to you, it's just a lot of information all at one time and the other thing, and I forgot who it was that mentioned it.
Got to be really quick. We're coming up on break here.
I think it was Albert Taylor had mentioned about your higher self.
Right.
And I've requested that one time, well, actually more than once, but it's like an inverted tornado over your top of you with just swirling, and it's the most intense euphoria you've ever could imagine, and it gets so intense it just bangs you right back in your body. That I've never gone beyond that.
All right, well that is the safety return, and this is where we have to safely depart. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight.
When I think back on all the crap I learned in high school, it's a wonder I can think at all. And my lack of education hasn't hurt me none. I can read the writing on the wall. For the throne that gives
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. Vitamin B3, an essential part of our diet. Its deficiency in humans can lead to nausea, anemia, and tiredness. Fortunately, it can be gobbled up from sources such as salmon, avocados, and nuts. But now scientists are eager to find out if there's another unexpected source: space. A team of researchers thinks that vitamin B3 could have been made on icy dust grains in the depths of space. It would, in this scenario, have been delivered to Earth on structures of comets and asteroids. Past research has shown that vitamin B3 is present on carbon-rich meteorites in ratios between 30 and 60 parts per billion. The team decided to recreate the formation of vitamin B3 in space-like conditions. They used a mixture of gases, including pyridine, which can be found in space in carbon dioxide ice. Pyridine is one of the building blocks of vitamin B3. So the team was interested to see if it could manifest itself as vitamin B3 in these space-like conditions. The results from the experiments were promising. The researchers tested their theory by cooling an aluminum plate to negative 423 degrees Fahrenheit in a vacuum to replicate the freezing temperatures of space. The plate was then bombarded with protons to mimic space radiation that would give the gas mixture the energy to create reactions. When the sediment formed on the plate, they found a wide range of complex molecules, including B3. This is an exciting result, although it's far from proving that vitamin B3 on Earth originated from space. The next stage for these researchers will be to wait for someone to find some B3 out in space. A landmark discovery was announced by NASA this month: the possibility of a second Earth in Kepler 452b. Found by NASA's Kepler Space Telescope, this planet orbits a star much like our Sun at a distance roughly similar to the Earth. Could there be life on Earth 2.0 or even beyond? The director for SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, Seth Shostak, believes there could be. Shostak says in his video, further, we might be able to learn more. We might even get a message. If we get a message, who knows what it might be? He continues by saying, on the other hand, let's assume that in the conservative case, if you will, that you don't get a message, you can't pick it up or you can't decode it. You'll never know what it means. This is Dark Matter News. The city of Berkeley, California passed a law that goes into effect next month requiring cell phone stores to inform customers about safety recommendations. The move reopened a decades-old debate about whether mobile phones cause brain tumors. The ordinance, called the Right to Know Law, will start to require retailers to give customers a handout or display a sign in stores telling them about federal regulations on the amount of radiation that cell phones can emit and the instructions on safe phone use. The information will also go beyond the current regulations by stating that children and anyone carrying their phone in a pocket or bra could be at increased risk of radiation exposure. What the law does not require is that consumers be provided information about the specific health risks of being exposed to radiation. Researchers say that it is highly probable that long-term cell phone use can cause brain tumors. In 2011, the World Health Organization classified the kind of low-energy radiation that cell phones emit as possibly carcinogenic because of a link between cell phone use and a type of malignant brain tumor called glioma and a benign brain tumor called acoustic neuroma. Both types of brain tumors are rare. About 5 in 10,000 adults are diagnosed with glioma in the United States every year, whereas about 10 in a million people develop acoustic neuromas every year. And you know Art Bell, he's been saying don't call the show on your cell phone for years, so maybe he's some kind of prophet. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
Want to take a ride? Your conductor, Art Bell, will punch your ticket when you call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
And my own news guy took a shot at me. Not really. Something about cell phones. Anyway, Preston Dennett is my guest. We're discussing OBEs, and oh boy, are we ever. And he's done such a fabulous job that I really wanted to say, hey, Preston, what would you like to promote? Your website? Do you have books? Is a good opportunity to tell people how to get, I don't know, hints on how to do OBEs. I'm sure you have lots of written stuff. You must. You know so much about it.
Yeah, I do actually have a book out. It's called Out of Body Exploring, A Beginner's Approach, and you can learn more about it on my website. If you just Google my name, Preston Dennett, it'll take you right to my website, the actual website address.
Okay, it sounds like Bennett, but it's not. It's Dennett. D-E-N-N-I-T-T. Is that right?
E-T-T. It's
E-T-T. See, I didn't have it right. E-T-T. Got it. D-E-N-N-E-T-T.
Right, I got all my books there, excerpts, and you can contact me through my website if you have any questions or stories you'd like to share. I'm always interested in, hearing from people about this subject and UFOs as well.
Do you ever give people personal help?
Excuse me?
Do you ever give people personal help?
Oh yeah. I counsel people through doing this. I think this is such a transformational experience, Art, that I think it's really important that people know about it.
I do too.
And oh my God, it just completely will transform your life. I really urge people to at least give it a try.
All right, good enough. Donald, your turn.
Hi, Art. Roswell's.
Thank you.
To both of you, actually. I was going to ask your guest how he feels about deja vu in relation to OBEs.
Yeah, well, deja vu is a very interesting thing because I used to get it a lot, and it started to increase really profoundly when I was doing out-of-body travels. And what I found was I would have deja vu, and suddenly I would remember having this experience before to the point where I could actually predict it. I could predict the person's conversation, what was going to be on the radio, who was coming in at work, and things like this. And I realized that these were memories of, the travels I had done the previous day. So scarcely a day went by where I wasn't having, some sort of deja vu.
Oh, wow. Do you think it's possible to transfer your soul, possibly, using OBEs?
Wow.
To transfer your soul?
Into another vessel.
Yeah. This is talked about all the time. And it's also one of the concerns, by the way, Preston, what this caller brought up, and that is, let me take it from here, Donald, that while you're out of your body becomes occupied by some sort of entity that may or may not be friendly. Let's just leave it there.
Right. Well, it hasn't been my experiences. That's true. What's the real case is when you're doing this work, you almost always have a guide with you, even if you don't perceive them. I felt like I was on my own, and I really still feel like that most of the time, because if I have a guide, they rarely show themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They have, but it's my understanding they are there. And I have not found that to be a problem, even though I've done this many, many times, and I can't find any good evidence that this has ever really occurred. And as far as inhabiting someone else, well, to a certain extent, you can perceive other people's thoughts.
Well, that's not the same as inhabiting another person.
No, you can't. To kick them out of their own body or another person's body.
Well, you mentioned you can't move things, that your hand just goes right through it, or that you can walk through walls. So presumably you could walk into a person.
Right. Well, you can walk. Yeah, I've had people walk through me, standing in front of them, and it's very disconcerting. You're like, whoa.
Right. Disconcerting puts it mildly.
You can't stick inside them. You can't.
Okay.
I haven't tried it. But it's not something I would
give it a shot. Let us know how it comes out for you.
I'm willing to give it a try, but it's not something I don't want to take someone over.
I'm sort of messing with you here. Yeah, that was the obvious question. Is it possible to essentially take someone over? And you think
can influence people.
Oh?
You can, because all our thoughts are not necessarily our own. We're picking up on, this sort of telepathy, even if we don't know it. To a certain extent, some of our thoughts are influences from our spirit guides.
Have you ever influenced somebody? And in what way?
No. I have tried. I'm like, I'm here. I've talked to people on the other side, my brothers and sisters who are alive, and tried to get them to remember what they were doing, and they could not. It's very much about memory, this whole astral travel thing. It's about awareness. It's about intent.
Right.
And, focus, these sorts of things.
Okay, let's go to Edmonton, Alberta. You're on the air.
Hello, sir. Art Bell.
Hi.
Hello. It's wonderful to hear you.
Thank you.
welcome back from everybody. I'm sure you're sorely missed. And I'm actually shocked to be on the air right now, but I got to talk about this. Now, it was years ago when I was listening to your show, and that's the reason I have a name for what happened to me.
Okay.
I had an OBE, I guess what you're talking about. I was in college, and I was going through a pretty tough time. I really wasn't ready for the experience, and I had I guess what you'd say is a peak experience where I was doing a drawing, and it was art school. I was doing a drawing in the studio. It was late at night, and I guess I kind of felt like I had a pillar of light coming from the heaven. Felt like I was really connected to everything. But then I had an anxiety attack, I guess. So went home that night, and my dad picked me up from the hospital. And mind you, no drugs here. I'm not a drug user.
No, but drugs is a very good question. We'll ask that.
Yeah, nothing like that, Art. Even back in my college days, I was a pretty straight guy. Now, what happened is I went to sleep and had the sleep paralysis. And shortly thereafter, I saw the roof of my bedroom, the stucco on the roof, and it looked like the room was bathed in a kind of like a street lamp light. Now, I missed the earlier part of the conversation, but I don't know if that's common. Now,
Preston, is there anything common about that?
Oh yeah. When you go out of body, everything glows around you. The whole world kind of glows, and the higher you go, the brighter it glows.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah, and I had like the buzzing and all that, and there was anyway. My question is kind of, does that sort of physical and mental anxiety tend to cause those experiences? Because I haven't had a full OBE since then, though I have had sleep paralysis quite frequently, and I still have it, but it doesn't frighten me as much anymore because I kind of learned to live with it, right? It used to terrify me. Now it doesn't so much, but I wonder if you could tell me about that.
Right. Well, absolutely. Yeah. Fear of death is where this sort of thing is, I think, coming from. It's the most pervasive fear that we have. And this is something that confronts it head on. And it can cause extreme fear and anxiety and terror. And it's something that we all have to work through. And this is why it's such a great thing for, elevating you spiritually and working along the spiritual path. This is a great way to face your fears, I guess, is what I'm saying.
All right, let me ask you about drugs. There are those who say they have experiences very much as you have described, or part of what you have described, with certain mind-altering drugs. Is this an avenue you have experimented with or know about?
I have not experimented with it. I haven't taken hallucinogens or any of these so-called, drugs which do apparently have an effect like this. And I do know of a couple of cases at least where people have had drug overdoses. And
some of those people definitely go all the way to the light.
They do, and they don't always come back, but some do come back with these profound out-of-body experiences that they've had. So it's possible to do it through the influence of drugs or as a result of drugs. It's not something I would recommend.
Okay.
There are various ways of doing this. People, do what you call diet purification things. You don't have to stop eating meat. I've done this under the influence of alcohol, which is, I guess, an interesting
That is interesting. You would think alcohol, which initially and for a very short time is a stimulant, but then becomes a depressant, I believe.
It's much harder to do. I've noticed that. It's easier to do all this stuff if you're clear-headed, if you're not an angry person, if you don't have things you've procrastinated.
Right.
All these problems. But if you can work through all this sort of baggage within your personality.
Got it. All right.
It makes it a lot easier.
All right. Let's go to Andy and whoever's with Andy in the background. Hi, Andy.
Hello, Art. Yes, it's my baby's awake and my wife. That's who you've been hearing in the background.
That's all right. Where are you?
I'm actually in San Diego County, California.
Okay. Well, on the air you are.
Yes, actually, I don't know how much time you allow per caller, but this subject really speaks to me. It's something that I've experienced my whole life, really. Just to give you a little bit of background on me, I was born and raised in Haiti, so English is really my third language, I would say.
Okay.
And growing up, I've always had this experience of being outside of my body, to the point where, as a child, I thought that was normal to leave your body and have different experiences at night.
My goodness. And so it was so common that it was normal.
Yes, to me, I thought it was something that everybody had experienced, to the point where I tried it in real life, per se, and during my dreams, I would fly all the time, and I tried that while I was awake, and I hurt my knees as a child.
Really?
Yes, I tried to fly in the hallway in my house, and I landed on my knees, and I hurt myself pretty badly. To me, that's how real it felt, to the point where I tried to replicate it when I was awake.
So you were fully awake when you did the bad deed to your knees?
Yes, I was about maybe 10 or 11 years old, and
pretty good
to
question. Let me ask Preston about that. Preston, if you can't distinguish between when you're out and when you're in, then you could do something really awful like that, right?
Well, it's interesting you bring this up, because there's a number of cases where people have tried to fly as kids and they were successful. I wrote a book called Human Levitation, and it recounts, a dozen cases like that, and 300 plus cases across the world.
We could do a whole show on that. I've been wanting to fly all my life.
We can physically do that. This is something we can do on the other side, and sometimes the abilities from the other side translate here.
Yeah. But if you get it wrong, the knees hurt. If you get it wrong, you hurt your knees. Right, caller?
Right.
Yes, honestly, it felt real to me. It felt like I could do it at the moment. And when I did try it, it didn't end up really well for me.
Well,
but
okay, so there you go.
I mean, the guest.
I'm sorry, I messed you up there. Repeat what you just said.
Yes, one thing I wanted to ask your guest, Mr. Art Bell, is that sleep paralysis is something that I've experienced all my life, along with all these wonderful experiences.
Right.
And just to give you a little bit more about myself, I am currently an active duty member of the United States Marine Corps.
Okay.
And one time I was on the range in one Marine Corps base. I won't say which one, not to give myself away, but I was sleeping there at night, and I had the sleep paralysis experience, and it again, I felt the dark presence that most people feel when they are in sleep paralysis, but this time it didn't really go away after a while like it usually does. It persisted over the night, and I felt that presence over and over again, and I was very distressed. Every time I woke up, I was paralyzed, and I felt that dark presence around me. And I felt like at one point there was a very good presence around me that came in order to help me get through that. And it showed itself to me in the form of a man.
Would this be the guide, Preston?
That's what I wanted to know. Would that be the spirit guide, or the guardian angel, or the higher self, or whatever anybody would call it, that came to me to help me through that tough time?
Yeah, that very may well be. It sounds like it. The thing is, when you do these experiences, you start to increase your perception. You start to be able to see ghosts. And
yes, I have been able to see ghosts or spirits my whole life, and it became common to me after a while.
So you have to deal with that. You can sense bad energies, you can sense good energies, and it's a completely different world that we're dealing with here.
But my question was that it gave me a name. This is the first time that it's that anything I've seen in that weird state that I was in.
Caller, I'm going to have to go. We're so short on time. I want to say hello to Brenda very quickly. Hi, Brenda. Hello, Brenda. Going once.
Hello.
Hello. It says Brenda. Is that you?
Hello.
I repeat, hello.
Hello. Hello?
Yes, hello. I hear an Australian accent. Speak.
Not Australian.
Oh, where are you?
New Zealand?
New Zealand, I shouldn't say close enough. It's a different country. Okay, we have only got a moment, so if you have a question, lay it on us.
Just a wonderful program tonight.
Well, that is so very kind of you to say. Thank you, and I will end it there. And once again, since we're about at the end of the show, give us your website, ways to learn more, because that's what people want.
Right. If you want to go to my website, just Google my name, Preston Dennett. The actual website is prestondennett.weebly.com. But yeah, if you just Google my name, I've got all my books up on my website.
Right.
16 or 17 of them and a bunch of other stuff, excerpts, and I'd love to hear from people who've had this experience or want to learn how to do it, because definitely it's easy to do. You just have to take the effort and do it, knuckle down.
Well, you obviously know a very great deal about it and have done a lot of it, which makes you such a joy to interview because, I don't know, you've been down, the good part, the bad part, you've been through it all. Preston, thank you for being on the program.
Oh, it's been an honor.
And you can be sure, I'm sure we'll do it again, buddy.
Awesome.
Midnight in the desert, shooting stars across the sky.
Bell somewhere in time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from March 26, 1996.
From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, as the case may be, across all these many time zones, stretching from Hawaii and the Tahitian Islands in the west and actually beyond, east all the way across this great nation to the Caribbean, the U.S. Virgin Islands, south, well into South America, north to the pole, via the internet, worldwide. This is Coast to Coast AM. Top of the morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell. Lots to talk about. We'll get underway in just one very short moment. I would like to mention again two items regarding my webpage, internet webpage. One, yesterday, when we got the Hoagland photographs up, we got them up wrong. And so they came out kind of scrambled and all wrong, and that was due to some translation errors in the photographs. So they're up there now. And I think you'll find them intriguing. I particularly recommend the Zond photographs, the Russian photographs. Take a good look and see what you think. It's very difficult to look at photographs like that and know exactly what you're seeing, because, of course, we have no reference here on Earth for what we're seeing there. Nevertheless, take a good look at the Zond photographs. They are now up there for download in the proper format. We had them all messed up last night. Sorry about that. So that's all set. Also, WPSL in Port St. Lucie, Florida, now has their high-quality, high-speed line in. So I think you'll notice a vast improvement listening to WPSL Internet audio now, real audio on the Internet. Same for WOAI. It's quite clear. And I wanted to pass on a schedule. I've been getting a lot of requests. WOAI in San Antonio carries Dreamland. That means it's carried on the Internet. And the time is 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. on Monday morning. 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. Monday morning on WOAI. So if you want to catch a repeat of Dreamland anywhere in the world, you can do that. 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. Central Time on the WOAI feed in San Antonio, Texas, or from San Antonio. So really, we've got two real audio feeds up there right now, WOAI and WPSL, with their new improved audio, and it does sound very, very good. I just took a listen. So to get to my webpage, by the way, I've got a whole bunch of photographs from the Portland book signing back. Even got a photograph of signing a bald guy's head. I had no idea my wife snapped a photograph of that, but she did, and it came out very well. So we'll upload that as well as some of the crowd photos. and so forth and so on. We'll do that in the next day or so. I'm in the middle of scanning them in. My webpage address for those of you that would like to access it is www.artbell.com. Once again, www.artbell.com. It's that easy. Politics first tonight. Yes, I have something on the so-called free men in Montana. The delegates needed to win 996. The delegates as of tonight, Dole 1,193, Buchanan 109, Keys 6, uncommitted 16, others 79. The primaries Tuesday in California, Nevada, Washington, all have gone to Dole, predictably. Dole himself finally saying, quote, "The battle is over. I am the nominee." He is. As a matter of fact, Bill Clinton carried all three states, California, Nevada, and Washington, in 1992. So, it's over. Dole is the nominee. Buchanan publicly saying he's going all the way to San Diego, and I'm sure he will, but it's pretty much over. He's going to have a big strategy meeting Thursday, Buchanan is. So they may be making some decisions. We'll see. One diehard Republican interviewed on NBC in San Diego, I thought, said it rather well. And I know it's not flashy, but it's what I believe in. He said, with regard to politics, balance. And the way he put it is the following, quote, "Look, I want to surf in pollution-free water and still be able to make a living. And I don't think the two should be mutually exclusive." And I agree with that. It's kind of where I am. Nobody in their right mind, on the right or left, wants dirty air hanging over their city. Nobody in their right mind wants dirty water. You don't want, It's said that animals never defecate in the same spot they eat. And I believe that's true of human beings too, or certainly ought to be. So, in most things, I seek balance also. Now, if that puts you in the boring middle, then so be it. I guess I am. But I want both. In other words, we as Americans, it seems to me, ought to be able to have jobs. We ought to be able to earn a living, make our way in the world, and at the same time, hope for and realize relatively clean air, some natural lands left for us to roam and for our children. In other words, I am an environmentalist. Not crazed, but I'm an environmentalist. And at the same time, I want to have jobs. I want to be able to make a living. That's a kind of a political balance that I find myself in. Ross Perot, by the way, commenting on the Republican GOP primaries, called them, quoting, beyond sick. That's what Ross said. Beyond sick. Now, what do you suppose he meant by that? That Dole won? That Buchanan did not do as well as he should have? In Mr. Perot's eyes, what does he mean by beyond sick? The negative advertising, perhaps? I don't know. Looks like Ross Perot is going to run. We'll be right back. All right, leaving political news. Cancer. There's quite a bit of news today about cancer. They're calling it an epidemic of breast cancer and citing the following figures. With regard to the detection of early cancer, in 1983, there were 4,900 cases in America. In 1992, there were 23,000. That is an increase of 550%. A 550% increase? Well, surely a good portion of it could be attributed to early detection. Generally, it leads to either a mastectomy or a lumpectomy, one of the two. But those are startling figures, a 550% increase. And it goes together rather well, or rather, in a rather worrisome way, with the men's cancer stats. Now, we've had this information for some time. Since World War II, cancer of all kinds in men, not related to cigarette smoking, has increased 300% for absolutely no scientifically explainable reason. So what have we got? Women's breast cancer up 550%. Men's cancer, all areas, up 300%. Does anybody have a guess or a clue with regard to the cause? The second running story on Reuters this morning is militants hole up in Montana. Members of a militant anti-government group are holed up in a remote farmhouse in eastern Montana, refusing to surrender to federal authorities. Members of the so-called Free Men have been named in a federal indictment accusing them of using phony money orders and checks and threatening federal officials. The group's leaders, Leroy Switzer, I believe it is, 57, Daniel Peterson Jr., 53, disrupted their arraignment at a Billings courthouse Tuesday, forcing federal magistrate to postpone the whole thing. Now, I think we're going to take a good bite out of this topic tonight. And I've got a letter that I'm going to read you. This letter, when I read it, it will be obvious to you. It is from the Free Men or from supporters of the Free Men in Montana. It's entitled, Free Men of Montana Under Assault Need Help. We predicted last year that Janet Reno was going to attack the militia of Montana. We even gave you the date, Saturday, March 25th, 1995. We blew it. We missed it by 1 year, exactly. And I'm trying to recall who it was who made that prediction. And it's somebody involved in the group, but I can't recall who, so I'm assuming this fax is from that same group. At any rate, it details their side of the story. And I thought I would read it to you so that we might discuss what's going on and what you think about it. And kind of go behind the headlines a little bit. Here we go. Today, March 25th, 1996, Special Forces units of the U.S. Army made a sweep or roundup of the Free Men of Montana. The Free Men have been a thorn in the side of Janet Reno since she became Attorney General. She does not like free men. She does not like men, period, especially free ones. Janet Reno and the Army of the United States, in clear violation of the Posse Comitatus Act, today assaulted the compound of the Free Men of Montana. The Free Men have been putting together common law courts and filing commercial suits and liens against county, state, and federal officials and judges with some success when acts by government officials violate the rights of free men. The Free Men have rightly thrown away their driver's licenses. Sovereign citizens of free states do not have to ask the state for permission or pay a fee for the right to move about in the public domain or to freely carry firearms. Free men rightly disobey the unconstitutional and illegal orders of the IRS. No person is obligated to pay a tax on wages, tips, and salaries to the federal government. Janet Reno has vowed to assault and arrest free men and is now carrying out her pledge in violation of the U.S. Constitution. In a live televised interview on C-SPAN in 1993, after she ordered the slaughter of the Branch Davidians, Janet "The Buck Stops Here" Reno was asked by a reporter, what can be done to prevent tragedies like Waco in the future? The Attorney General of the United States of America, Janet Reno, said, quote, next time we will not invite the media, end quote. That was her solution to prevent the slaughter of innocent children. Her solution is simply not to invite the media. That way the truth will never be told. Guess what? She did not invite the media to Jordan, Montana. As of tonight, 10 free men are not free, but are holed up in a building in Jordan, Montana, about 130 miles east of Lewiston, and under assault by Janet Reno, the United States Army, and the fascist, socialist, totalitarian government of the United States. The United States Army is being used illegally by Janet Reno. Congress needs to move immediately to impeach President Bill Clinton and Attorney General Janet Reno for violations of their oath of office. So there you have it, of the argument. They've thrown away their driver's licenses. They've refused to pay and regard as unconstitutional income tax of any kind. They make their own laws. They claim their own government within the American government or land, and they claim they are sovereign within their own country. They actually claim that they have a country. So there you've got it laid out on their side. The other side would obviously be that if everybody were to do this, we would have anarchy. If everybody threw away or regarded as unnecessary their driver's licenses, the slaughter that goes on our highway clearly would be horrible. As bad as the system may be right now, imagine everybody throwing away or not even bothering to get a driver's license. No vision test, no ability test to drive, just get in a car and go. Not going to pay income tax. They have decided that income tax is not legal, and that on wages, tips, income of any sort whatsoever, they are not bound, constitutionally or legally, to pay any kind of tax, and they're not going to do it. So they are manifestly rejecting everything that represents the U.S. government and local governments, and they are suggesting we are a government unto ourselves. So, I wonder how you feel about that. Is that something that you support? Do you feel the way the free men feel? You rally behind them and say, yes, sir. It's about time somebody stood up to this government. It's about time somebody told the IRS to take their tax and jam it. It's about time somebody realized you don't need a driver's license or anything like that to move around on the streets. And, of course, there have been allegations of threats made against the lives of people in the justice system and so forth in Montana. So obviously I would enjoy hearing from people in Montana. We have complete coverage across the state of Montana. And I'd like to know what people think. I'd like to know what you think about it. And I wanted to wait until I had what I consider to be a representative sampling of what it is the free men really feel. And that's what I think this letter fairly represents. So I thought I'd let you think about that a little bit and digest that letter and sort of give me a little feedback on how you feel about it. And by the way, I do understand, as a side note, there are women, there are children, according to reports I've heard, hold up with these so-called free men. In other words, there are apparently free women and free children there as well. I sense we're probably going to talk about the free men a little bit. I've got a couple of other items, and then we will launch, good word these days, into two-way talk radio unscreened, coming next.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. Now, we take you back to the past on Art Bell Somewhere in Time.
And, you know, I may have said some unkind things about AT&T, the Bell Company. You wouldn't think I would with my last name, would you, in the past? I have said a few unkind things, but I must say, I want to thank the people at AT&T. Though we don't have it yet. They're moving mountains and oceans, literally, to get us an international 800 line, and we think they just might be able to do it. They're fooling around with all kinds of ideas like gateway cities and all kinds of things that I don't understand, and their software people and AT&T's hardware people are hard at work trying to figure out a way to give us a true international 800 line. And so I want to publicly thank them for all the work they're doing. They really are going above and beyond in the attempt to create something that, frankly, has never been. They're doing something entirely new, and they're trying to do it for us. So I think they deserve our thanks. So thank you. Now, I'm tracking a number of other stories, and this is one of them. Hey, Art, there was a woman, Dottie, her name was, from Seattle. She called you up a few months ago, said something about finding a strange goo-like substance all over her yard, house, and porch. You and the audience speculated with her from natural to supernatural causes. It was on the Discovery Channel tonight. She was on Arthur C. Clarke's Mysterious Universe. She took that unknown substance to a lab to have it analyzed. Only thing the scientists could do was rule out animal feces. In other words, they don't know what it is. So you may recall that woman said it was going to be on the Discovery Channel, and so it was tonight. One other item that I'm tracking, and I don't fully understand, I taped something called Paranormal Borderline, which ran at 9 o'clock on UPN, and they had an awful lot of information on there about UFOs, abduction victims, that sort of thing, implants. And in a lot of ways, it vindicated what Bud Hopkins and John Mack have been saying, and Nova should be apologizing for. But I had thought, and maybe I'm wrong, I had thought that Gordon Michael Scallion was due to be on Paranormal Borderline. I taped it, and they had kind of a headline of what they were doing during the program. And even though I've got it on tape and I didn't get to watch all of it, I noticed nothing about Gordon Michael Scallion. Maybe I've got the date wrong. I thought it was supposed to be the 26th, or maybe they did have him on during one of those segments that I did not get a chance to see. So there you've got it. Then two other quick things. Our company has a foundation that funds cancer research. The high incidence of present-day cancer is caused by a lifelong diet heavy on animal fat, synthetic substances in food, and the lack of fresh and raw fruits and vegetables. Pollution does play a role, but what we eat is the main cause. And then finally, here's kind of a weird one for you. Art, what if God was actually a bad guy? I'd speculate that he or she might create a world much like the one we live in. How could this world be governed by an all-knowing, all-powerful, and all-good God? Perhaps God, in his old age, is suffering from dementia and is no longer capable of keeping us in line. It's time to call in Dr. Jack to finish the job. Oh, jeez. Then mankind would be free of religion's tyranny and could focus its efforts on improving human welfare. Say hello to Comet for me, Rich in Bellingham. There's another story there. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
I wanted to comment. I did write down the date and the program time and everything, and I also taped it, and there was nothing from Gordon Michael on it.
That's the way I got it. So I don't know what's going on. Maybe they shifted the date that he's going to be on. I will contact the Matrix Institute in the morning and see what they know.
Yeah, probably a quick program changer. Also, did you happen to see or catch anything of Charlie Rose's show with George Carlin?
No.
It was amusing because, or interesting, I should say, because George Carlin spoke quite in detail about him feeling that something is definitely going on, that the world is, as he said, heading quickly towards the drain.
Really?
And basically he was explaining the quickening without using the terms.
Uh-huh.
And from George Carlin, I thought that was real interesting.
Very interesting.
Okay, have a good night, Art.
Thank you very much. Yes, very interesting. Mr. Carlin, of course, has always derived his comedy from carefully observing everyday life and people. And you will note that much of his comedy routine is derived from the very simple things that we do in life, and always has. I've been a Carlin fan for many, many years. And so it does not surprise me that in his general observations, he's beginning to observe the same thing I've been observing for some time. Doesn't surprise me at all. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, I'm calling from Pahrump.
From where?
From Pahrump.
Pahrump? Here in town?
I'm in town.
All right.
And I listen to your program.
Very good.
Every night. What I was going to ask you, have you heard any more about the sovereignty of Texas?
Well, I know there is a movement in Texas, yes. Have I heard any more about its progress? No.
Right.
No. I know it's continuing, and they have things they're signing in Texas and so forth and so on.
But it's been a media blackout, apparently.
And there is, of course, a provision in the Constitution of the state of Texas that allows it to get out of the Union, I guess, under some circumstances.
Right, which happened about 160 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay, I'm just curious if you had anything more on it.
Good to hear from you here in town.
I enjoy your program.
Take care, my friend. A call from right here in Pahrump, Nevada. Cool. What are the odds of that? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Mr. Bell. How are you?
Fine. Where are you?
This is Stephen from Galveston, Texas.
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, I just want to call and say hi. I've been to your fair city before. I had a great time out there. I went out to the chicken ranch one night.
Oh, you did?
Oh, I sure did. Yeah, you got a great town. Yeah, you know, there's a beautiful view coming out on the highway.
Oh, yes.
And when you hit Vegas, you go over that last
hill, and you look down over the valley, and it's covered in green, and there's a lot of farming here.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's how I found Pahrump. I drove and drove and drove. And I thought I was lost. I thought I'd pass it up. And I looked over to my left, and there was the green. I saw the farms, and that.
There it was, the Ponderosa, the desert Ponderosa.
In the desert.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Bell, I was wondering, am I being paranoid, or is it kind of unusual that somebody I don't know what their circumstances were, but somebody just thought up to flood the Grand Canyon and did it, or did they have studies to really consider the ramifications on either end of it, or?
Do you want a straight answer?
Yes, sir.
You're paranoid.
Am I?
Yeah.
It doesn't have anything to do with the quickening or anything?
No, I'm kidding with you. I don't think so. It is ostensibly a scientific experiment to redeposit sediment along the Colorado River banks, going through the Grand Canyon and further on down, to restore ecologically what has been lost by the damming. So I don't know. I don't at this point have a problem with it. I don't see any problem with it.
Me either. I was just curious because I didn't hear anything about it prior to it, and all of a sudden it's on the news. It's like somebody just thought it up and did it.
There you are. All right, sir. Thank you. That takes me back to what I said a little earlier. I think politically I'm kind of balanced. In other words, I am and always have been, despite what some would allege, I've been an ecologist. I believe in watching our ecology. We live here. This is our Earth. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand that we should not foul the same place we live in. On the other hand, we shouldn't go nuts and worship the earth either. So somewhere between worshiping the earth and its resources and squandering them and strip mining and doing things to earth that hurt it, somewhere in the middle there's a balance, and that's where I am. I'm not anti-ecology, nor am I crazily pro-ecology. I'm just, I'm kind of in the middle, and I think that's where more people than not really are. And because I call myself a conservative, and I am conservative, certainly economically, I'm not blind to other issues, and the ecology is one of those. I'm watching carefully, and I hope you are too. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Yes, sir. Turn your radio off, please.
Okay, get the radio off.
Yes, get that radio off.
Okay. So,
okay, if the radio isn't turned off,
thanks.
Okay.
Sorry, this is Bill out in Van Nuys.
Yes, Bill. Hi.
Oh, just I had a couple comments on the militia.
Yes, sir.
There's some, they're not just paranoid or getting this stuff out of thin air. Things that sort of get on my nerves, for example, Reader's Digest has a column every month called That's Outrageous.
Yes.
A couple of months ago, they had an incident in Florida where this old retired Cuban man played cards every weekend, nickel and dime poker with his buddies.
Mm-hmm.
And he was raided by the cops and arrested for having an illegal gambling establishment, and they confiscated his house. And there was one out here in California, this got some publicity. It was a few years ago. It was a millionaire lived by himself out in Malibu.
Yeah, I know all about that one.
And there's thousands of those things.
Well, there are not.
And, well, I believe there are. If you do a legal search on it, you'll find there's thousands of property seizures every year.
Oh, seizures, yes.
On very minor pretext.
But there are not thousands of incidences where somebody's shot by the feds.
No, not shot.
You referenced the Malibu situation, sir.
Right, that's one that was outrageous. But I think it's outrageous to confiscate an old man's house.
Right, I do too. So let us discuss the free men of Montana.
Well, what I'm saying is it's those kind of incidents that breed the free men of Montana. The government is not innocent in this.
No, it is not.
And that's all my point. I don't agree with them. I think they're too extreme. But by the same token, I can see what they're responding to. It isn't that they're just responding to thin air.
That's fair. Is it a circumstance that is going to spiral out of control, I guess, is the question. In other words, I've said for a long time that the government, the ATF, the IRS, even the FBI, to a lesser degree, have got some hot dogs in their organization that are doing the kinds of things you talked about.
Right.
And that are jumping the gun, pun intended.
Yes.
So you've got that.
I think it's healthy for us to try to stop that. That's what the whole Bill of Rights is about. It's to try to put brakes on the cops so they don't get too fascistic.
But on the other hand, it seems to me, first judgment, reading, for example, this letter from the Freemen.
Right. As I say, I feel they're too extreme, but I could see
So
why
then if you were the law enforcement officer in charge of dealing with the Freemen, what would you do?
Well, it depends on what they actually did. If they actually really did threaten someone's life, that's breaking a law.
Well, that's true. What
if
about
they actually broke a law, then they should be arrested.
Okay, there is that allegation, or that charge, actually, and there's evidence that may have occurred.
Right.
But let us discuss the other aspects of what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Throwing away driver's licenses.
Right.
Printing up their own license plates. They're refusing to pay any income tax on tips, wages, or earned income of any sort. That sort of thing. How would you treat that?
Well, I'd treat it by normal laws. If they're breaking laws, then they'd have to go to court and fight that in court. If they think it's illegal to have a driver's license, they should be able to prove that in court.
Well, they will not. They will not allow any service to them. In other words, law enforcement officers can't go in without fear of getting shot.
Well, that's as I say, I'm not anywhere near as extreme as they are. I think they should handle those things by voting and in courts of law, etc.
All right. Thank you very much for the call. And they are, in effect, declaring Justice Montana, J-U-S-T-U-S, I believe they spell it, to be a sovereign place. To be a sovereign place. And so I thought we should discuss the real details of this case and whether you too feel they are too extreme, how you would deal with them if you were in charge of having to deal with them, what you would do, what should be done, and how we avoid a catastrophic collision here. Anything could happen here. They could peacefully give up, fight it out in court on the one side, or there could be other militias that will head in to help them out, ostensibly, make a stand against the federal government. Or there could be another Waco. As we discussed the Branch Davidians and what they believed in and why they took their stand and what they did, so we can now discuss the Freemen and what they stand for, and whether we support what they're doing or whether they are over the edge. Now, west of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art.
Hi.
This is Ed out of Phoenix.
Hi, Ed.
You're on an hour delay here, so I don't know if you're still discussing the Freemen or not.
Yes, I am.
All right. One thing I want to make a point of real quick, and that is these guys are holed up there not because they threw away their driver's license or anything like that, but apparently they've been writing checks on non-existent bank accounts out of a couple of banks and issuing phony money orders.
Yeah, there is that. There is that, yes.
That's what tripped this.
Well, I'm sure it did. But also tripping it eventually would be no driver's licenses. I mean, you just can't drive down the street with a license plate that you print up or paint on.
Oh, absolutely.
And or not paying any tax. Now, that might not get you right away, but eventually it will.
Oh, it would, but I mean, these guys here, they've been asking for it for a while. I am involved with a couple militias as a trainer and such, and I've been on the phone to them tonight talking to them, and apparently these guys are on the far edge of the spectrum.
I could not agree more.
And they don't represent the mainstream of what's now the militia movement.
I agree with that as well.
You know,
the question is, though, you see, if it comes down to violence, which it may, will the other militias stand by and say, look,
the militia
hands off?
Montana might, the Michigan militia might, but most of the other militias won't. I know for a fact because at least two of them have sent out alerts to their people to steer clear of it.
So you're saying Montana might come to their aid?
They could, yeah. The militia of Montana is pretty much on that end of the spectrum, too.
And Michigan?
I don't know. Since they got rid of Southwall and that other yo-yo, they've been kind of moving back towards the normal people.
Mm-hmm.
So it's highly unlikely, unless
it is perceived
that it is just an all-out assault. Because
the government's going to go in and slaughter them or something.
At least somebody sent out a broadcast back tonight that there was a general roundup of all militia leaders, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, those are going out all the time.
And it's pure nonsense because I talked to my brother who happens to be one of the militia leaders.
Well, that's what I mean about feeding the paranoia.
Well, that's what I call this. Let's not feed the paranoia. Let's make sure people understand.
I agree. Thank you very
much. Apparently are criminals, so.
Thank you very much for the call. Well, criminal is an interesting word. I'm sure that if you talk to somebody from or associated with the Freemen, they would certainly say the real criminal is the U.S. government. In fact, that is what they're saying here. So it depends on your perspective, but there is a kind of a middle-of-the-road militia opinion. Now, I also have no information to indicate that even the militia of Montana is prepared to go to the aid of the Freemen. I've not heard that. So I'm not dispensing that as information to you. That was just that caller's rumination on the subject. It is surely an interesting topic, though. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, I'm calling from, this is Steve from, South Dakota.
Yes, sir.
I called you the other night and wanted to know when you were going to have, Richard Hoagland on again.
Well, I just had him on.
When?
Are you kidding? I've had Richard on probably 3 or 4 times in the last 2 weeks.
Oh, yes, I realize that, but I mean, in the future, when are you going to have him on again?
I don't know. I'll let you know.
Okay, that would be good. I had a friend of mine punch up the press conference on his computer. He's going to give me some information on that press conference.
Well, you might have him get some photographs as well.
That's what I'm interested in. I saw John Holloman from CNN. He came on CNN last night about 2:30 in the morning, and he was going to have a live event with the space shuttle that has just joined up with the
Mir.
With the Mir. And I thought to myself, wow, he's going to break some news that Richard Hoagland's put on here. I thought, oh boy, here we go. And then he's but I thought that was sort of anticlimactic because I thought for sure that maybe he had some news here.
All right, sir, I've got to run. Thank you very much for the call. Coming to the news next. We'll be right back.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More Somewhere in Time coming up. Presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from March 26, 1996.
Good morning, everybody. Good to be here. We're talking about the free men in Montana for the most part and what's going on in Montana right now near Billings. And I've got a fax here from Troy in Billings, and he says, subject, free men are free from the truth. Your letter from the free men supporters is total BS. First, there are no special forces troops in the area. None in the state, as far as I know. Second, U.S. Army troops are not in the area, nor are they being used against these people in Jordan. Local police plus FBI only. Third, there are 10 free men, it's a little hard to read, are not being held captive against their will. They've been holed up there in self-imposed isolation on their buddy's farm for several months. There are no women or children, to my knowledge. Now, I heard a report otherwise earlier today on CNN, so that one's a little foggy. They totally disrupted the federal court today. That is certainly true, to the degree that the whole thing had to be rescheduled. And I in no way represent the information in this letter as accurate, merely as a letter from supporters. And the reason I read it is to have a discussion with you, the American people, about what it is they believe and why they're in trouble right now. Now, there have been allegations of all kinds of things that are violations of the law. Phony money orders, checks, threatening federal officials, that sort of thing. But beyond that, these so-called free men have certain beliefs that I thought it worthy of discussing with you. And we may open the line for Montana. There's nothing like getting information from the source. So I may do that. Open a special line for people just in Montana. But I'm going to read you this letter again, and bear in mind that what you're hearing is either from the free men or their supporters, obviously so as you listen to it. It's entitled, Free Men of Montana Under Assault, Need Help. We predicted last year that Janet Reno was going to attack the militia of Montana. We even gave you the date, Saturday, March 25th, 1995. We blew it. We missed it by 1 year exactly. Well, now, let me stop here for a second and say that it was my understanding that one or several of the free men actually issued arrest warrants, believe it or not, for people in the militia of Montana. So I would assume, and maybe I should not, that there is no love lost between the two groups, but that could be incorrect. Anyway, continuing with the letter, today, March 25th, 1996, Special Forces units of the U.S. Army made a sweep or roundup of the free men of Montana. The free men have been a thorn in the side of Janet Reno since she became Attorney General. She does not like free men. She does not like men, period, especially free ones. Janet Reno and the Army of the U.S., in clear violation of the Posse Comitatus Act, today assaulted the compound of the free men of Montana. The free men have been putting together common law courts and filing commercial suits and liens against county, state, and federal officials and judges with some success when acts by government officials violate the rights of free men. The free men have rightly thrown away their driver's licenses. Rightly, he says. Sovereign citizens of free states don't have to ask the state for permission or pay a fee for the right to move about in the public domain or to freely carry firearms. Free men rightly disobey the unconstitutional and illegal orders of the IRS. No person is obligated to pay a tax on wages, tips, and salaries to the federal government. Janet Reno has vowed to assault and arrest free men and is now carrying out her pledge in violation of the U.S. Constitution. In a live televised interview on C-SPAN in '93 after the ordered slaughter of the Branch Davidians, Janet, the buck stops here, Reno was asked by a reporter what can be done to prevent tragedies like Waco in the future. The Attorney General of the U.S., Janet Reno, said, "Next time we will not invite the media." That was her solution. To prevent slaughter of innocent children, civilians rather, her solution is simply not to invite the media. That way the truth will never be told. Guess what? She did not invite the media to Jordan, Montana. As of tonight, 10 free men are not free, but are holed up in a building in Jordan, Montana, about 130 miles east of Lewiston, and are under assault by Janet Reno, the U.S. Army, and the fascist, socialist, totalitarian government of the U.S. The U.S. Army is now being used illegally by Janet Reno. Congress needs to move immediately to impeach the president and Janet Reno for violations of their oath of office. So, what you just heard, a great portion of it may be total BS, as Troy says. And, in fact, I read it so that you could hear what they are saying, not so that you might know the truth, because I don't know what the truth is. There were rumors that the U.S. Army was there. I happen not to believe it. That doesn't mean it's not true. I happen not to believe it. I think that Troy has it right, and it's local law enforcement and the FBI. Beyond that, a discussion of what the free men apparently believe might be in order. Hi, Art, unless my memory fails me, I seem to remember that the free men group were the ones that issued a warrant for the arrest of the head of the Montana militia. If such is the case, why is the government referring to the Freemen Group as a militia? When there seems to be only about a dozen people, 10 actually, freemen involved in the most recent confrontation. Well, exactly right, and as far as I know, they are not a militia. They are, I don't know, what would you call them? Militants, I guess? Anti-government militants? I don't believe they're a militia. Then this, hi Art, been out of the country for a week. Could you please tell me what happened at the Hoagland press conference? I'm dying to find out. Pete, K-E-X. Well, Pete, log on to my webpage. I just can't go into all of that right now. There are the minutes of the press conference up there. Several articles written in national publications are up there. Photographs, now corrected from yesterday, are up there. Yesterday we got the photographs up, but they were not right. And there was a problem in the translation of them. Tonight they're up there, and I recommend you go get the Zond Russian photographs on my webpage. Take a good look and let me know what you think. They are particularly interesting. So if you want to go to my webpage, you can do so. And by the way, WOAI and WPSL in Port St. Lucie are both feeding high-quality, real audio to the Internet. You can catch the show up there. It's www.artbell.com. And from there, just look down and you'll be able to make a jump to the webpage for real audio. So there you've got it. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Oh, great. I'm fantastic. I got through so quickly. Well, first of all, I want to address the income tax issue with Senate report, a single sentence from Senate Report number 1708.
All right, where are you, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris from Seminole, Florida.
Okay.
And this is from 1966, and this is on the very second page. This is a quote, "The assessment is made when the unpaid tax liability is entered on the appropriate records of the Internal Revenue Service, which occurs in the case of a taxpayer who voluntarily shows the tax liability on his return shortly after the time the return is filed, period, end quote.
Yes.
So that shows, and many other Supreme Court precedents show that once you enter or once you submit a 1040 form under oath, you're stating that you're volunteering and declaring that you're making an income. And luckily, I've never done that, so I don't have anything to fear. And anybody else who hasn't.
Wait a minute. You've never paid tax?
Not income tax.
Remarkable. How do you avoid that?
I simply don't pay. It's entirely voluntary, and there's.
Well, no, wait a minute.
I can give you lots.
Slow down, sir. Do you work for yourself?
No. Well, yes, when you say you work for yourself, that means or that implies that you're self-employed.
Well, all right, I'll make it very clear to you. Do you get 1099 forms?
No.
No.
I don't participate in Social Security. That's another way they get you in.
Uh-huh. In what manner are you paid?
Oh, like I was saying, it's semantics. I do work on my own behalf, but I don't work as myself or for myself. That implies something, different, that I'm both the employer and the employee, which would, make the...
Sir, look, do you get a paycheck?
No.
You don't get a paycheck?
No, but I sell suppressed information on computer, and which is also free on my BBS, but I'm not going to go into that. But if I could address some other things about Schweitzer, some of the other things that have been reported.
No, we'll have to hold it there. Thank you. I'm unclear, frankly, about how you do what you do. I've been long familiar with the contention by many that income tax is voluntary. As far as I know, it is in fact not voluntary. And, in fact, you must pay it. Now, the freemen, that is one contention of the freemen that I take issue with. We may argue about how our tax dollars are wasted, or how there is fraud in the spending of our tax dollars. And NBC regularly runs a series called The Fleecing of America, and I certainly agree that a lot of it is wasted. However, as a citizen of this state and this country, I feel an obligation to pay tax. I believe I have a legal obligation to pay tax. And I believe there is a legitimate reason to be collecting taxes. This argument is aside from the argument about what's done with the money. And I don't believe that my unhappiness, at least now, with the way it's being spent, justifies my saying that's it. I'm not participating in this fraudulent thing. I drive on the highways. I have these streets that are paved. I use the various facilities to me and rights afforded to me as a citizen of this country. But I refuse to participate in paying for any of it. I don't feel that way. And I don't see the justification for anybody feeling that way. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. This is John from Carson City.
Hello, John.
I had an idea about the release of water from the dam.
Yes.
And about the quickening. Could it have anything to do with the rotation of the Earth? Maybe they're concerned about that.
There are people who have said that dams actually have affected, either in speeding up or slowing down, the rotation of Earth. And I don't know whether that could be way behind what they're doing. I don't think so. I rather accept the explanation we've been given. That is, that they want to renew the silt and the natural course of events in the Grand Canyon. It makes sense.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know, with the quickening and everything else, I just started putting two and two together on the way to work tonight. Thought I'd call.
Well, I'm glad you did. Thank you very much. There are people who have been speculating and talking about the slowing of the Earth's rotation, or the quickening of it, because of dams. But I think that I find their explanation for the release to be in order. And I hope it works. I hope the Grand Canyon riverbank is renewed and that it helps the wildlife and all the rest of it. So I guess I'm not looking beyond what seems to be the obvious or trying to here. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. Art. Pete in Portland.
Hello.
Well, I've got my big pickle jar. I hope you're taking care of my relic.
Oh, yes.
This morning on the Don Imus show, George Carlin was one of the guests, and he was saying essentially the same thing he said on the Charlie Rose show, and I was pretty surprised. I thought maybe he's an Art Bell fan or just particularly astute.
Well, I think he's particularly astute.
Yeah.
Whether he listens to the program or not, I have no way of knowing, Pete, but it has been suggested to me that he is now saying roughly what I've been saying for a long time. And I think it's because he studies very carefully human behavior. Yeah. And that's how he comes up with all of his comedy routines. And maybe as he's been studying human behavior more recently, he hasn't found much to laugh about.
Yeah, that could be one of the problems. Do you ever get the Jim Lehrer news hour from PBS?
Of course.
Did you see tonight?
No.
Okay, they had a certain Dr. Laura Manuelides of the Yale Medical School discussing her specialty, neurological diseases. In other words, Creutzfeldt-Jakob syndrome.
Yes.
And how there's a possible link with mad cow disease. And she let off a bombshell tonight.
What was that?
Well, she was comparing how it was with how it resembles Alzheimer's disease. Alzheimer's is a genetic weakness, and CJD is an infectious agent that produces like a similar effect.
That's correct, yes.
Now, she mentioned that in Slovakia, which is part of what used to be Czechoslovakia, there was a focus, in other words, a small outbreak of CJD infection in which cats were infected.
Yes, I also saw that. Thank you very much. Latest on that, British Prime Minister John Major says he now will consider slaughtering some of Britain's cattle to ease fears of mad cow disease. So I knew he'd be eating those words. British officials had previously ruled out the idea, saying it was unnecessary. But an influential farmers' union sent the government a letter, called on it to restore public confidence in beef by taking steps to ensure that older cows do not enter the human food chain. In Brussels Tuesday, European Union veterinary officials reaffirmed their call for a ban on British beef exports. So I told you the Prime Minister there would be eating his words, and it looks like he's already begun the meal. And once again tonight, Vidian is up at the moment. If you want to check in, you're welcome to. Lately I have taken to turning Vidian on, not 24 hours a day, but generally just when I'm on the air. Because this is an absolutely incredible technology, but I felt a little like a goldfish in a bowl, so I don't leave it up 24 hours a day. It allows people to look in effect, on my life, and I am astounded by how much they can see. I mean, I have people looking right into my other room, beneath my pool table, watching my cats fight. I get reports of all kinds of things. It's really eerie. Very eerie. So I've taken to putting this up, just during my show because, that my studio here is part of my home. And I found that I had to be too careful about wandering about in the house, if you follow me, particularly getting up and all of that. So I've taken to just putting Vidian up during the times that I'm on the air. I hope you understand. Don't mind having it there so you can sit and watch me do the program. I enjoy that. Chris in Memphis is presently on watching me, so I very much enjoy it, but during other times of the day, for reasons of privacy, as the British would say, a bit of privacy, why we've extinguished Vidian during the day. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
My name's Tim. I'm from Ligonier, Indiana.
Hi, Tim.
I just wanted to call in, and I felt really compelled to make a comment about the militia thing.
Yes, sir. Now, I'm not sure that's fair. I'm not sure it's the militia thing.
Oh.
These are 10 men calling themselves the Free Men. They are not connected, as far as I know, to the militia of Montana, which, in fact, has had some grievance with them or them with the militia, one way or the other. So I want to be careful not to tag this to the militia.
Do they call themselves the militia?
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
They call themselves free men.
Oh.
Which I thought, actually, we all were, more or less. But
Well, I guess what I want to make a comment about, well, I used to be in the Navy.
I'll tell you what. Let me, if I can, put your comment with you on hold until after the break. Can I do that?
Sure, that'd be fine.
We'll come right back to you after the break. You're listening to the best in live overnight talk radio. Unscreened calls coming up next.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from March 26, 1996.
Good evening. Good to be here, everybody. I'm Art Bell. We've got a caller on hold. We're talking a little bit about the free men, and we're going to continue to do that. I've got a number of faxes here that I will read in just a moment. You're back on the air. Thank you for holding on.
Yeah, back on the air, Art?
Back on the air, sir.
Yeah, before the station break, I was commenting on the fact that I spent 8 years in the United States Navy.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess where it relates to this is I had a strong sense of patriotism and everything else when I entered the armed services. And I guess where it relates to this is that I don't understand these militia groups or any groups in the United States that ride upon some sort of personal freedom or patriotism that resort to illegal acts and all sorts of things in order to get their point across. I can understand protesting and voting and legal means, but I just don't think it's gotten to a revolutionary point in this country yet for people to be acting the way they are.
Nor do I, and I think your response and that of others says exactly that. I'm going to read to you now. Dear Art, it seems every time I fax you, you ignore my letters. Well, look, I don't. I get 200 or 300 faxes a night, so I'll read this one. Now I fax you to inform you that these so-called free men are not legitimate citizens, yet they claim to be harassed and subjected to government's wrongdoing against them. Bunk. In this instance, they are using the anti-government sentiment out there for their own personalized agenda. These people are regular crooks that run around ripping the common citizens off by passing bad checks and whatever illegal activity they can to maintain their existence. I do support many of those individuals who wish to be free of our government's taxation without representation or wish to be absolutely self-sufficient from the government. If they were burning their draft cards, as with the 1960s, I might be supportive. But this time, these are genuine hillbillies, signed T-Bone. Well, there's your fax, T-Bone. And I think that you make a rather good point. I don't know if I agree with the whole thing. The truth is somewhere probably in the middle. I just think that getting this out is the best possible medicine for the American public to be able to digest what may occur. Now, exactly who are these people? Exactly what do they really believe? Do you really share those views? Tossing out driver's licenses, painting your own numbers on a driver's license, on a license plate on your car, refusing to pay income tax, harassing local officials, disrupting court procedures when you do get taken to court, that sort of thing. What do you support? Do you support that kind of action? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, my name's David.
Hello, David. Where are you?
Las Vegas.
All right.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Mr. Bell, if you'd like the opportunity to have on your show probably this country's foremost expert on the Internal Revenue Code, Title 26.
Who would that be?
Mr. Irwin Schiff.
Irwin Schiff.
Absolutely.
Irwin Schiff.
Not only could he educate you, but millions of your listeners.
Well, he could tell me things. I don't know that it would be an education. I know I very well understand what Irwin Schiff stands for.
Absolutely. It would be an education.
Mm-hmm. I'm not opposed to the idea.
Yeah, well, can I,
In other words, I'll
get off the air and give you his number and everything?
We can get off the air, but there's no one here to take the number, only me.
Ah.
So you'll have to fax it to me.
Okay, that I will.
All right, my fax number is area code 702-727-8499. 702-727-8499. And I will entertain having anybody on, whether I agree with them or not. And it so happens that I really don't agree generally with tax protesters. People who say, I don't agree with what's being done with my money, so I refuse. Or they take the tack that, various tax, that, income tax is voluntary, or that the 16th Amendment was never properly ratified, and so I'm not paying tax. I don't join those people. I pay my tax. And though I complain, like many of you, about a lot of what's done with it, I support the concept of it. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, I'm Tom from Ario.
Yes, thank you.
This is Kevin in Battleground, Indiana.
Yes, sir.
And talking about your statements about the free men in Montana.
Yes, sir.
I run into a lot of people. I deal a great deal with guns. I buy and sell a lot. I'm a big hunter. My wife hunts. My children shoot guns with us. And I believe a great deal in the freedom of the people. And the problem these people seem to be having is the restrictions that are being placed on them by a government. And all I can say is I have my freedom, I have my family, I have everything I need, and a lot of what I want, in spite of the government, not because of it. And as far as, they're saying they're protesting and they're arguing against the government and they're doing things, basically, they're putting themselves in a bad position to where...
I'm not sure that you've got what you've got in spite of the government. I think that might be incorrect. You've got what you've got because you worked your fanny off for it.
Yes, I have.
And that's not in spite of the government.
Well,
that's, that almost seems to suggest the government is trying to prevent you from having all this.
Oh, no, that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm just saying.
So they're not. You really got what you got because you worked for it, sir, and you live in a system that allows you to do that.
Yes, I do. And I appreciate what I have.
Yes.
And I'm not saying I'm damn glad I live in a country where I can do these things.
There you are.
And as far as people go, if you can't appreciate what you have, all I can say is I don't see millions of people flooding the borders into Mexico, Puerto Rico, or European nations. I see millions of those people coming to this country
You're damn
every
right.
year.
Yeah, that's right.
And all I can say is, I have my guns and I love them. And if it came down to it, I'd probably bury some in the backyard to keep from losing them.
So would a lot of people, sure.
But I don't feel that, these people are more or less putting themselves in a position to where they're setting themselves up to be targets.
I know.
And then they're complaining that they are the target of the government.
I know. I appreciate your call, sir. Thank you. To the best of my knowledge, despite what may have been said in this letter, as far as I know, the U.S. Armed Services are not present in Montana. It's the FBI. It's local law enforcement. And look, based on what I've seen, and I know that it's going to make a lot of people out there suggest, there he goes again, Mr. Establishment. I think they're doing absolutely the right thing. You want an opinion? There it is. I think they're doing the right thing. Law enforcement, that is. And if anything, it seems to me they're bending over backwards trying to avoid a bloody conflict. Whether that will ultimately be the case or not, I don't know. Part of that decision rests with the so-called free men who are holed up. If they start shooting, the feds are going to shoot back. But you just cannot declare yourself to be a sovereign little area within a sovereign nation within a sovereign state. You just can't do that in America. You can't start writing bad checks. You can't start writing illegal money orders. You can't declare yourself a bank, a sovereign area, and that you're damn well going to do what you please. And if you do, you should expect trouble. And that's what they've got, is trouble. So that's my reading on this. I nevertheless wanted you to hear a letter from or about that group or from their supporters and hear what they had to say. And I tend to agree with the faxer, or several faxers, that these people are using a legitimate sentiment out there in America right now, an anti-government kind of frustrated, angry sentiment. They're using it to support general lawlessness, and that's how I regard this. I don't want it to turn into any tragedy, and I certainly don't want a bunch of people who think they're protecting their sovereign rights running out to help these people, because I consider them to be engaging in criminal activity and using the banner of anti-government anger to cloak themselves in. That's the way I'm looking at this, and I know that's what's going to cause a lot of you to say, well, what a sellout, boy. You must have had a visit from the feds, huh? No, I'm just looking at this as I believe it is. Now, we will solicit shortly. As a matter of fact, let us do that. Let me open my west of the Rockies line to Montana only. Montana only. If you're in Montana, if you know anything about what's going on up there right now, call 1-800-618-8255. Everybody else hold off, and we'll get to hear from the area. It's 1-800-618-8255 if you're in Montana. If you know something about all of this. If you would like to say, what a bunch of baloney, why, there's military forces all over the place. We see the Army and the Marines, and they're closing in. Well, then you can call and say that. If, on the other hand, you want to call up and say, look here, we're right in the middle of it all. We know what these guys are about. They're not about a genuine protest. They're lawbreakers in our view. And that's it. If you want to say that, then you can say that. But this is an important topic right now. Why is it important? I'll tell you. Because, in my opinion, if these men are allowed to cloak themselves in all of this anti-government sentiment, they're going to draw support that will result in a bloody confrontation that should not be for these reasons. Am I clear? We'll be right back. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Kalispell, Montana.
Welcome to the program.
Thank you. Now, I've got a brother who's up with the Freeman.
With them?
With them.
In other words, one of them?
One of them.
Oh, all right. Wonderful. Wonderful.
Not really.
No?
No, it's kind of been putting some stress on the family.
Well, when I said wonderful, I meant from our informational point of view.
I see what you're getting at.
Yeah. What exactly is your take on what they're doing?
Well, I really don't know what they're doing. I don't know if they know what they're doing. He got in with some of the wrong people, and I think that he had an identity crisis, and he got mixed up with a bunch of people that he shouldn't have. I don't know what he plans on, starting a revolution or whatnot, or what he's got going on in his thick little skull, and I'm not too happy about anything that's going on up there.
Has your family tried to communicate to him? I'm sure you have.
We received a letter about 3 weeks ago, and he kind of said something about how they've all just been planning something. He's always been talking about how there's a plan. There's some kind of plan that's gonna set us all straight, and never really talks too much about what he's dealing into. I don't really know what goes on up there. He came back about 3 months ago. He headed out to wherever he went with these guys about 6 months ago, and we've been in contact with him maybe twice since then, 3 times at most.
I'm sure you're worried about him.
Very worried.
Yeah. I'm trying to look objectively at this and find out what's really going on. Do you have any information on whether there's U.S. military involved at this point?
I don't. And like I said, we got a letter about a month or so ago, and basically whatever they stand for is against the military.
Mm-hmm.
And he's always been against the military, and I don't know. Like I said, he didn't talk too much about.
So he doesn't express, for example, against the military. Why?
No.
No?
He doesn't. He just won't. He's kind of distant from us. I think he's got a new family.
Well, look, I really appreciate your input. I worry with you about their fate and what they're doing and why they're doing it. The only thing I'm trying to do here, thank you very much for the call, is to get out some information across the country about what this is and what it isn't. I don't want to see a flashpoint where there otherwise should not be one. And I've been fearing this for a long, long time. Something else that would come along that would be like or perceived to be like a Waco. God help us should there be another Waco. But I don't think that's what this is. And I don't want it to be that. And the only thing that will prevent it from being that is if what's expressed in this letter and, what's flying around by faxes is generally shown to be, frankly, BS. That the U.S. government with the military in violation of the U.S. Constitution is closing in. Blah, blah, blah. That kind of talk and that kind of thing is going to cause a sympathetic reaction in, admittedly, a large anti-government group that's out there right now. I know it's there. You know it's there. We all know it's there. And I think only a clear understanding of what they're really about and what's really going on will prevent real trouble. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art Bell.
Yes.
This is Steve in Spokane. I know I'm not in Montana, but I was just out there last weekend.
Yes.
And I just thought I'd call and maybe help to give some insight as to what's going on out there.
Give us insight. What?
Well, I was there on Sunday, the day before they arrested Schweitzer and Peterson.
Yes, sir.
And didn't see any activity of military. There are women and some younger folks on the compound out there.
Well, that's been a point of dispute, and I said I'd heard reports there were women there and children, and there may in fact be. I don't know.
Oh, I can guarantee that there are. I was just there on Sunday, Saturday and Sunday.
Yes.
They give a class, usually once a week, that they usually have 25 people or so that come out to the class and teach from their point of view what's going on. Another point that might be interesting for you is that they're not writing bad checks. What they have done is perfected a number of Uniform Commercial Code type liens against many different kind of people that they feel have tromped on their constitutional rights. These liens have been perfected and upheld in various courts, and then based on those liens, they're reassigning some of that lien credit to various people, and then they run it back through the system. So it's not a check on any bank account per se, and they're not writing bad checks claiming they have money in a bank. In fact, they actually have a special collection account for the liens with the United States Treasury.
Well, if they're writing checks on accounts that have money in them, then there's not a problem. But apparently these checks cannot be redeemed for cash, so that's a bad check.
Well, but it's not a check. It's a lien draft. It's a different type of note.
Yeah, I know, but if you write a check in payment for a service or a product or food or whatever it is, and that check cannot be cashed, then it's not a good check.
But it's not cashed the normal way. You put it back through directly to the comptroller of the currency, and then it is redeemable for that person. Or
well, then it's not a bad check.
It's not a bad check, exactly. And it is not. And I have a number of copies of these that have been paid out by the IRS on the U.S. Treasury people that have overpaid their taxes using these lien drafts, and the Treasury has refunded extra money.
Mm-hmm.
And I have copies
Well,
of those.
somebody must have had trouble cashing a check, because that's one of the charges.
Right. Well, I would assume that the government doesn't like these things coming back to them, and so they're kind of upset that this is taking place, when in fact they are liened, and the liens have been declared valid. They are a common law type of lien, and that is the other thing that they really want to do. They want to get back to the common law as opposed to statutory law.
No driver's licenses, printing up your own plates, no paying of income tax.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
All right, listen, sir, I have got to run. I'm at the top of the hour. I appreciate your input. I will continue to hold this line open for Montana. That's 1-800-618-8255. I'm Art Bell.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More Somewhere in Time coming up. To the past on Art Bell Somewhere in Time.
This is the music of Cusco. You know, it really reminds me, this piece particularly, called Montezuma, reminds me of the Moody Blues back in the days when they were accompanied by a full orchestra. Do you remember that? Those were the days. Here, hello.
I work for the sheriff's office here.
Yes, sir.
And, they had a statewide task force made up of different tactical teams from throughout the state of Montana.
Right.
That were planning to do something about the Freeman movement here.
Right.
Not about the movement, but about the situation up in Jordan. We were given information from the FBI, and at the last moment, they stepped in and took over the operation. From our intelligence, there is definitely women and children up on that ranch up there.
So I have heard, yes.
And Mr. Schweitzer did, in fact, pass a bad check written on a phony account here in Gallatin County, Montana, to one of our district court judges.
That's what I heard.
And trying to arrange bond for one of the freemen here. So they have written at least one check that I know of here in Bozeman, Montana, that was drawn on a fraudulent account.
Okay, that's a specific. Beyond that, no driver's licenses, no license plates, no paying federal income tax.
Well, that's what the check was. There was one of the freemen that live in the county here had been cited on numerous traffic violations. No license plates, like what you say, and fake driver's license or no driver's license or whatsoever. And they did, in fact, pass a bad check or attempt to post his bond here in this county.
Well, what is your attitude about what they're doing? Simple, straightforward, they are breaking the law?
Well, yes. You know, I feel that everyone has the right to their own views and to voice their views. But when you step out on the other side and threaten violence against law enforcement officers or anyone of authority, then that's stepping over the line.
What makes this so damn touchy is that there are all these militia groups now and all of these anti-government or even anti-law enforcement organizations that are kind of on the edge. And I'm not talking about the mainline militias now, but groups that might be inclined to come to the aid of these people. And there's always the possibility of a violent confrontation. And it looks to me like the government, the FBI, law enforcement is going out of their way to try to avoid that. Maybe even too far out of their way. I don't know. I think that we just can't allow this kind of thing to go on, and yet things are very sensitive today. Buildings are blowing up in our country. People are very upset with the government for some good cause, but I just fear what's going to happen, and I think getting out the truth about what's going on here will prevent such a problem.
Well, as far as the local newspapers here and over in Billings, Montana, I'm reading nothing of any of the Montana militia moving in to assist these folks at all.
Right.
That's not in the papers up here.
Matter of fact, quite the opposite. I understand that this group actually issued an arrest warrant or something for the head of the Montana militia.
I've heard that too. I couldn't give you any type of an official on that, but we have freemen that are in this county, and we have members of the militia, and we've never had a problem with the militia members. It seems more with the freemen that think the local law enforcement has no type of authority over them, and that seems to be the main problem that we have in this county around Bozeman, Montana.
If you were in charge of having to deal with this, would you take the attitude of just sort of in effect surrounding them or having a standoff and just waiting till hell freezes over if necessary so that it can end peacefully, or how would you handle it?
Well, I think that what's being done is the correct way. There's a good quote in the Billings paper that's stated that taking Leroy Schweitzer away from the Freeman was like having half of your brain removed. That's a quote out of the Billings Gazette, and I think that's a good quote. Him and Mr. Peterson were both spearheading this. They're the mouthpieces for them folks up there.
So in other words, it may sort of fall apart given a little bit of time without their presence.
Well, let's hope so. I sure hope that it can be solved peacefully.
Listen, my friend, thank you for the call, and thank you very much for the information. In this particular situation, I really, really think that getting the truth out is essential to preventing trouble. And I can tell you right now, there are faxes, there are stories that are crossing fax machines and across the Internet that are making this group out to be heroic anti-government people deserving of protection with the entire U.S. Armed Services closing in on them and all the rest of it. And it's a bunch of baloney, folks. Near as I can tell, it's absolute baloney. So you make up your own mind. You continue to listen to the people that are calling that know about this, and you make up your own mind. If there is a time when there's going to be a conflict, I think this should not be it. And that those who would think of coming to the assistance of this group should think twice and three times before they do it. Pick your cause carefully, gentlemen. I want to say one other thing. The photographs that we had up yesterday on the Internet just were terrible. And there was a problem in the translation of them going up to the web page, and I refer now to the Richard Hoagland pictures. And here is one sent to me by fax. Dear Art, this picture, the one above, of an astronaut and what's in the background, and certainly the Zond photographs, seem to cry out for an explanation from the Never a Straight Answer boys. I admit I was skeptical, but these are beyond interesting. They are fascinating. This is from Mike. So we've got the photographs up there correctly now for you to download. And again, I do indeed recommend you see the Zond photographs and several of the others that are up there now. And if you tried them yesterday and had no luck, try them again today, because today they've been put up there properly. And I want to thank Keith, who worked damn near all night on it to get it done last night. He runs the web page. And so they're there now. Be my guest and go get them. My web page is www.artbell.com. That's www.artbell.com. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Anson from Missoula.
Yes, Missoula, Montana. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we talked last night for a while.
We sure did.
Well, I'm on a less liberal note, on a more something maybe I can be a little calmer about. I'm a countercultural religions major. I was at the University of Montana here, and we used to, being right in the middle of it all, we used to talk about it all the time, the militias and the freemen and everything. And my father is one of the directors for the FMHA in the state. So
Okay.
we hear about this kind of thing all the time. Well, these guys, they did, first of all, the caller from Spokane is pretty confused. They have been for a long time, this is nothing new, making up their own checks and money orders on banks that they make up in their minds, I guess. They decide that, I don't know, it all starts that, that they start to lose money on their farms and things.
That's a cool idea. So in other words, if I need some money, I could create the Bank of Art Bell and then write checks.
Because they don't understand why, like their farms will start to go down, the prices, go up, whatever. They can't make enough money on their ranches, and then so they go in to get loans, and they get their loans, they default, and the government ends up taking away part of the ranches and things, and it kind of confuses them. They start to get, pretty upset about this, and I think they get in their minds that if anybody can just make up a bank, if the banks can just do this to them, then they don't have to go through those banks. They'll make up their own bank. So they decide, well, I have a bank, and it's based on my potato crop this year, and this potato crop's worth about, $300, so that's how much I have in my bank, and I can write a check out on that.
Interesting.
And that's the way they do it. They'd also done money orders, fake money orders. I just heard on the radio during the last break.
Yes.
So it's not. This is the guy was halfway right. They did have some liens against people, but that has nothing to do with their checks or money orders.
All right. Thank you very much for that clarification. And that, too, is what I had understood from the wire services. Now, granted, the wire services can frequently get it wrong, and they might have it wrong. But a lot of what I see here is or should be the subject of genuine interest by law enforcement. I guess what I'm trying to say here is, please pick your causes carefully, and before you jump, understand what you're jumping on. Because I get a lot of fax traffic and I know what's going on out there. Believe me, I know I'm in touch. I get faxed by a lot of these groups, and I know what's going on. There's a lot of talk of the Army moving in, and as far as I can see, that's baloney. There's a lot of talk about moving in and crushing the group. So far, there's been none of that. In fact, frankly, if you want to know the truth, I think that law enforcement is bending over backwards, maybe even too far, because of what occurred at Waco. Maybe even too far. In other words, I really am on the side of law enforcement. And I think they're a little gun-shy. You'll excuse the phrase, I hope, at the moment. And there needs to be law enforcement in this country. You cannot just declare yourself to be a sovereign area within a sovereign state within a sovereign country. You just can't do that. And if you have disagreements with the American government, which they obviously do, there are prescribed methods of redress. Really, there are. I know that a lot of frustrated anti-government types say, well, it doesn't do any good. Yes, it does. You can fight. If that's what you want to do, we have one of the very few systems on the whole face of the globe, if you doubt that, travel a little bit, that allows you all these avenues of redress. And it is not time to give up on that wonderfully, now 2 centuries old system that does work. Cumbersome, yes, but it does work. East of the Rockies, you're on. Whoops, would have been on the air. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Morning, Art.
Good morning. First-time callers call area 702-727-1222. Okay, well, whatever. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning, sir.
This is Wayne from Kaiser.
Kaiser where?
Oregon.
Oregon, okay.
And you seem to be confused on taxation.
Am I?
Yes.
Okay.
Taxation is not a legitimate, for income tax, is not a legitimate taxation.
It's not, huh?
Income was not defined when the Tax Act was passed as earned income. It was on investments. It's been turned around.
So you're saying it is not legitimate that they would tax any income you make?
Not on wages.
Not on wages. That's not legitimate, not legal?
That was not what it was about. It was about investment income.
Well, sir, tax in the beginning there was really no tax.
That's true, because this country was meant to be supported by tariffs.
And tax law has changed over the years, hasn't it?
By the few in power, yes.
Yeah, well, we are the guys who pick the people in power.
No, not really.
Yes,
we
really.
Were people that pick
really, sir. Really, we are. We are. We vote the people in and out.
The good old boy system votes the people in and out.
I see. So we have nothing to do with the people that are
very little.
Very little, huh?
If you were to put in a third-party candidate and the good old boy system does not like it, do you think the Electoral College is going to put him in?
Yes.
Fat chance. There's no way. If they're not one of the two major parties.
What do you base that on? That's baloney. I mean, look, there are two basic big parties, and people choose to belong, for the most part, to those two big basic parties. And if there was enough sentiment for somebody to start a third would be there, and a third would win. But it doesn't. Not because some hidden hand is manipulating the vote, but because that's what the majority of the people choose.
I wish I could say that I had that much faith in the majority of the people, but I don't.
That's just a fact. What do you mean faith? That is the kind of talk that I think is absolute, utter garbage. Garbage. Absolute garbage. The two main schools of thought in this country are a generally conservative, generally liberal, a sprinkling of libertarianism, a support for Ross Perot and others. This man is saying it can't be done. It absolutely can't be done. Of course it can be done. It's just that not enough people want to join you to do it. That's all. But America allows for it. And one day, if the people get disgusted enough with the two main parties, a third will succeed. It could happen. And the fact that people like my last caller have given up on that prospect tell me there's going to be trouble. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, am I on the air?
You are. Turn your radio off.
Okay, I've been waiting all night. I kind of got excited when I got to talk to you. I did an interview with a freeman that was involved in the courthouse fiasco today.
Oh, you did?
It was about an hour interview.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Bozeman.
You're in Bozeman, Montana, and you interviewed one of them for an hour?
Yes, sir.
How did you manage to do that? I mean, they were in court, and they threw a fit, I guess, and then they had to reschedule the whole affair. How did you manage to get an interview?
When he got home, he came straight up here to my house.
To your house?
Yes.
Okay. What can you tell us?
Well, first of all, you probably understand that I have to put out a disclaimer on what I say just for my own interest, and then I'll tell you what's going on. Do you understand about that?
What disclaimer is that?
Well, a disclaimer is saying that somewhere along the line in my life I've lied, and so that whatever I say tonight, it can't come back on me, from the government or something. But since I've already done that, we can go ahead. Where would you like me to start? With what happened in the courtroom today?
Sure.
Okay. A friend of mine came up tonight and told me what had happened at the courthouse today, and he said it was a very pathetic situation. According to him, Richard Anderson, the magistrate in the 10th District Court, did a terrible job of trying to get this thing out in the open. Him and Schweitzer immediately got into this verbal exchange back and forth. And what the judge, Anderson, doesn't understand, that in common law, which is different from his admiralty court, is that the common law people get their powers from their own people, which was the people in the background, the seven freemen who were in the back of the courthouse.
And what source of law is that?
Pardon me? That's common law.
Common law?
Yes.
So, in other words, they are unto themselves the law.
Yes, they are.
Baloney. Did you hear what I said, sir? Baloney.
Oh. Well, do you want me?
They are not unto themselves the law.
Okay, well, I don't want to argue with that. I just want to tell you what happened in the courtroom today.
Well, I'm perfectly willing to listen, but your account of it thus far and the account in the press are significantly different. In other words, the press is saying that these men intentionally created a disturbance. I didn't hear anything about the judge yelling at them.
Can I tell you what happened?
You can after the break. I've got a break coming up, and if you want to hold on, I'll hold you. All right, stand by. Well, here we go. You're going to hear their side of it coming up here in a moment, and we will listen.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from March 26, 1996. Here Networks presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from March 26, 1996.
Hi, everybody. I'm Art Bell. My first inclination was to take on this caller, but I'm not. I did a little bit because I couldn't stand it. But instead, I'm going to let him say what he wants to say. I think you're about to get the view of somebody in sympathy with the free men. And so I need to listen. So do you. Let's listen. You're back on the air again. Hello?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to explain what this is. I am not a freeman.
No, but you seem to be clearly in sympathy with them.
Yes,
Would that be
yes,
fair?
I am, and I am part of the militia of Montana.
Oh, you are?
Yes, a local.
Well, then, before you get going, I really do want to ask a question, and that is, the militia of Montana and the free men, I understand, there's not exactly been a lot of love lost between them. Or am I wrong? And is there a lot of support for them in the militia of Montana?
The only unit I can speak for is the local people that I went to emergency meeting with yesterday. And these people are not necessarily pushing for the freemen, but they are very concerned about their safety. And the thing that they're also concerned about is if the freemen get taken down, then are the militia next? And so that's the natural concern.
Why would it be a natural concern? In other words, the freemen...
We don't trust the government.
I see. All right. Well, anyway, go ahead. You interviewed this man about what went on in the court.
Yes.
Who was it you interviewed, sir? Might we know?
Pardon me?
Who did you interview?
He's a neighbor of mine. Do you want his name?
No. Oh. I thought you interviewed one of the men.
Yes, he was in court today.
So he was there as a spectator.
He got thrown out of court.
He got thrown out of court?
Yes.
But he was there as a spectator, not as a litigant.
That's true.
All right, go ahead.
The notes that I have, the 3 pages I have, they were just as he described it to me, so it's not in an order. So if you don't understand something, you have to just throw it in because I want to give it to you the way that he gave it to me. First of all, when the Mr. Schweitzer and the Judge Richard Anderson got into it, they got into a technical wording situation, and of course the common law does not have anything at all close to resemble what the law that the judge was using, the court system that they were using. So they got into quite a feud. And one of the things that the common law does, they have to ask the people who are in the back of the court, who are their peers, if it's all right to do certain things, and it required them to nod or say yes and no. And during this, the first man to be kicked out was Dan Peterson's son, who happened to be the biggest guy there. When he was nodding, they must have decided that the judge had to get back control of the court, so he started throwing these people out. The first one to go was Dan's son, or Dan Peterson's son, Dan, and whose mother happens to be in the building under siege at this time. And so he got thrown out, and then my friend, he was nodding, and pretty soon 6 FBI agents who were in the courtroom, I guess there was about 100 of them in the courtroom, giving them all kind of bad looks and stuff, they come over and immediately physically escorted my friend out of the courtroom. The other friend of mine who has the one that you were talking about earlier, who had been taken from the Gallatin County Jail, or thrown in the Gallatin County Jail for not paying his driver's license or not having a driver's license stuff. He was on the way over to, he was headed east, and the Livingston Highway Patrol picked him up, and somewhere between the time that the Highway Patrol picked him up and the court hearing yesterday, he got the hell beat out of him. I'm not sure if he got a broken arm or not, but that's what I've heard. And then in the courtroom today, when they handled the same man out who had been negligent on the traffic tickets, they beat the hell out of him in the courtroom.
In the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
What cause for this beating was there? I mean, they just suddenly walked over to him and began to club him?
From what I understand is they grabbed him, and there's a little room somewhere adjacent to the actual courtroom, and they took him in there, and that's where they beat him up.
So there was no causative reason for this beating. They just felt like
this
beating.
Man is a very God-fearing man. I could not understand. He's not a violent man at all.
Mm-hmm. So for no reason they beat him. That's amazing. In a courtroom too. You wouldn't think they would do that.
Yes, it's very scary. That's why these other people are afraid to come out. Also, Schweitzer had a big strawberry on the side of his face. I'm not sure which side it was, but he had a big strawberry on his face too.
You don't think there's any possibility that they provoked any of this?
No, sir, I don't. I really don't.
Uh-huh.
Now, one of the things that let me go through here, and one of the biggest things, as they were never told what the charges were during this whole thing today. First, they were told that it was for issuing fake money. And then later, the government changed it to a bad check, which is two completely different charges. So today, these people were not charged.
Well, yes, they were not charged, but the reason is that the proceeding was halted.
I understand that, but I think so whatever their case, they weren't charged today.
Uh-huh.
It was not. That did not come out.
Well, the press now is reporting that they created such a disturbance in the courtroom that the proceedings could not continue. Now, could that be the case?
Yes, I do believe that.
You do believe that?
Mm-hmm.
So that was the upshot of the hour-long interview?
No, there's more things to it. What they're concerned about, the Freemen are really concerned about, is that Schweitzer, when he's going to be, obviously going to go to jail for this thing. They're afraid that he's going to get knocked off. And the Malaysia people, my people that I've been talking to, the big concern is that we, as a group of Montanans and also as Malaysia people, we feel that we should have someone over in Jordan watching what's going on, because we think they're going to pull back the newspaper and the publishers and stuff, and then they're going to take down that farmhouse. Mm-hmm. And there are 18 people in it, and there are children in it. And so what we are afraid of is there will be another Waco.
It would be your view that they have every right to be holed up as they are and not be bothered, no matter what they do, because they are a law unto themselves, correct?
I believe that common law, which goes back to the Magna Carta, when we get this developed a little bit more and more people understand the common law, they will understand that these people have perfected this. And my advice to anybody that's in that has responsibilities against these people, to be very careful and not to go against their constitutional rights, because what has happened is they will put a lien against you. If you go against their constitutional rights, it's like the sheriff in this county has found out, and some of the police officers and the judge who wouldn't allow the one man a constitutional jury last week. I went to that. I attended that, and the judge would not allow this man to be represented.
Now, on what basis did the Freemen issue an arrest warrant for the leader of the Montana militia?
I don't have a lot of details on it. I know that he had gone up there to try to, to try to work up some kind of a deal whereby it would relieve the tensions in the community, and he wanted to find a way to negotiate with the Freemen.
And so he deserved an arrest warrant issued?
For some reason, I can't comment on that. I'm sorry.
I see. All right. Well, thank you very much for the call and an outline of what it is you believe. To the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art. This is Murph in Montana.
Murph in Montana. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. Just came in from checking the cows.
Yes, sir.
Cabin out here in the middle of nowhere.
Okay.
Let me tell you a little bit about the proximity. If the place goes up in flames, I could see the smoke over the hill here.
You're that close?
Well, relatively, yes. There's a couple things you should understand, probably about the people involved here.
All right.
Here's my take on it anyway. This has been going on for years and years. It started when land values depreciated and whatnot. Some of these people around here have gotten into trouble. There was an epidemic, and still is, quite frankly, of displaced ranchers and farmers. And what I think has happened is that you're talking third and fourth generation farmers and ranchers and landowners. This is their way of life. These are most of these guys are local boys, and they got themselves into way too much debt, and their lives were, their lifestyles and their lives and everything they've ever done was in jeopardy. And what are you going to do? And I think what happened then beyond that is that there's still quite a few free men sprinkled around that aren't necessarily part of this compound.
Understood.
And half the town is related to these guys in the small town. The law enforcement is related to some of these guys.
Sure.
And we're very patient people out here. You know, I mean, it's just like, well, let's just sit back and wait and see what happens here. And some of the militia wannabe types in the state, the militant types, said, well, here, guys, here's what you do. You know, set up a phone account, get on this, and they said, at least you could live on your land, and you don't have to go into the big city and get a job working at
hold on, sir. Hold on. You're trying to tell us the militia instructed the free men?
No.
That's what you just said, sir.
The militia wannabe types.
All right. I want to be clear about that.
Yeah, exactly. No. And never ever dreaming that this thing would get this out of hand, this out of control, this much coverage, this much attention. These are generally...
Why do you think it has?
Just like anything. How does anything get out of control? One thing leads to another.
Yep.
At this point, it has grown into, I believe, a volatile situation. There was a piece in a paper the other day. They had someone in Indiana or in the Midwest somewhere who was a licensed arms dealer had received an order from these gentlemen for, the list was unbelievable, hundreds and hundreds of thousands. Well, it was $1.4 million worth of arms and armaments. And, of course, the guy did not fill the order because the money was no good. But he did report it. He was an honest arms dealer and didn't want to lose his license or anything, so first thing he did was report it. But the list was incredible. They had it in the paper, and I wish I had it in front of me because it had, tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition and
Okay, well, the word is out. They are very heavily armed.
Yes, they are.
They are.
Okay. They are, and they quote say we're not going in, And I quite frankly, these are people that have nothing else left to do. They have nothing else to lose. And so it's dangerous. I hope we're all thinking that they'll come to their senses and walk out and be gentlemen. But basically, these were guys that just couldn't pay their taxes. They got into bad debt.
Yep.
And,
all right,
they're good old boys. They're local guys. And I just hope that and so far it's just been state and local.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for the call. Look, state and local, I don't think so. The FBI is there. That's confirmed by the mainstream press and by other people. The FBI is certainly there, and that's federal. Look here. There's always choices in life. Even if you owe the IRS money, even if you're in debt, there continue to be choices in life. And you don't have to choose to be holed up in a farmhouse somewhere or a compound, armed to the teeth, ready for a personal Armageddon. You just don't have to do that. There are other choices in life. There is bankruptcy. There's going out to get another job. There's going out to get into another career field. There is life generally. And life is not an easy path. Nobody ever said it was going to be a rose garden. It is not. So there are choices, And I disagree that these people have been forced into a situation where they have no choice left. They do have a choice. Every step of the way. They've got a choice to walk out now and have this end peaceably. As far as I'm concerned, when I look at this situation, law enforcement has been very, very patient. In fact, maybe a little too much so, for my taste, but very patient up until now. And I would like to prevent this becoming a cause celeb. In other words, all the anti-government, anti-tax, anti-driver's license, anti-people joining in with these people and having some sort of horrible incident. Volatile, the caller said. Well, yes, it is very volatile right now. But they're making choices. As we speak, every minute they've got an opportunity to make a choice. And right now, their choice is to stay holed up, armed to the teeth, ready for a personal Armageddon. And eventually it will no doubt come. Listen, a quick word about my book. I wrote a book, a lot of you don't know, because I know that there's an awful lot of new listeners out there. I wrote a book called The Art of Talk. And I wrote it and I was bluntly honest. I was really, really bluntly honest. And I guess maybe too much so for some. Because I have a lot of people who won't talk to me now. And one person who bought the book returned it to me. I got it today. She said, I'm a Christian and I cannot abide the kind of behavior you wrote about in there. Well, I didn't think it was that bad. I just told the truth. Let those without sin cast the first stone, and my book hit me in the head when it came back. So she sent my book back and said, I can't abide this. I read it, and I'm a Christian person, and I didn't think it was that bad. But she sent it back. So anyway, there you are. So I got a free copy of my own book back. It's the only one I've received back. It kind of startled me earlier today. I received my own book back. I said, wow, free copy of my book. It was a signed edition, too, and she said she just couldn't tolerate the kind of behavior that I wrote about. Well, some of the rest of you read it. Was it that bizarre, that out of line, that it would cause you to say, I can't abide this. I cannot have this evil book in my house. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, this is Jason.
Hi, Jason. Where are you?
South Lake Tahoe.
Okay. Well, you're on the air. Turn your radio off. That's
okay.
Number one. Always get your radio turned off, folks.
All right.
Good.
Hey, I wanted to talk about that lunar eclipse that's happening on the 4th.
All right. I don't know about it. What are we having?
It'll be a total lunar eclipse.
For what areas?
For the United States.
All across the whole U.S.?
Yep.
Wow.
At 12:07 Eastern Time.
9:07 here in the West, yes?
Yes. Mm-hmm. So that comet that disappeared will reappear.
Cool. That ought to be, will the moon, in what phase will the moon be?
At that point, it will be at its fullest point. It goes full at 12:07.
Yes.
And then by 12:10 Eastern, the Earth will totally shadow the moon.
Cool.
Okay.
Yep, that ought to be really something. And you're right, that would be sure a time to see the comet, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. And along with this quickening thing.
Yes.
Pluto changed into Sagittarius.
Yes.
Which is a very adventurous sign.
Okay.
Back in November. Along with that, this is the year of the rat in Chinese astrology.
Right. So what do you make out of all that?
Well, Scallion depicted this year correctly with the quickening and all. I feel that next year it's going to slow down a little bit.
That would be nice.
With Jupiter ignited.
Jupiter ignited? You mean into a sun?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's not going to slow anything down, my friend. Thank you very much for the call. east of the Rockies. You're on the air. Good morning.
Yes. How are you doing, Art?
I'm doing okay.
Let me shut the read off right away.
Fine, thank you. And tell us, if you would, where you are.
Yeah, I've been trying to get a hold of you for a long, long, long time.
Uh-huh.
Got a quick...
Where are you, sir?
Oh, I'm here in Omaha, and my name's Jim.
Yes.
And you have said more than once that you are a free and accepted Mason. And that you are 99th degree, and I am too a Mason.
I bet you're not 99th degree, though.
I'm 32nd. But what I was calling is, I was wondering if I faxed you a copy of my dues cards.
Yeah.
For Scottish Rite, my Blue Lodge, and I belong to the Shrine.
Yes.
Would you send me some info on, because I've been told there is no degrees higher than 33rd.
Well, of course you've been told that.
And if what you say is true, you could be able to send me some info.
No, I can't. I mean, don't you understand that something as high as 99th is beyond top secret?
Well, then, in other words, you're full of baloney. And I'm sorry, but I won't listen to you anymore. Goodbye.
God, how sad. Oh, boy. Some people have no sense of humor whatsoever. None whatsoever.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from March 26, 1996.
Here again, I am. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. How are you?
Fine.
You were talking earlier about a third-party candidate, and I have something very interesting that happened. I'm from Alaska.
Well, let's define the discussion earlier. The party calling said there never can be a third-party candidate, and that the powers that be in the two big parties will always suppress and destroy anybody who would be a third-party candidate, which is baloney.
Okay, I don't disagree with you, but this has to do with Ross Perot.
Okay.
It goes back. I was one of those fools that jumped on the Perot bandwagon.
Why do you think you were a fool?
Well, if you let me finish, I'll explain.
I will.
I started and completed the petition for Alaska.
Okay.
To get him on our ballot.
All right.
In doing so, I formed a party, which I called the No Party Party. Now, I was one of the people that went to that July meeting in Dallas. It would be a long story to tell you why I left there, very enchanted.
Okay, you don't have time. I thought it was United We Stand. Was there a party?
That was Ross Perot's party.
Right.
In order to get him to the ballot in Alaska, we had to form a party. I did so.
Oh, I see.
To put him on the ballot here, the party's name was the No Party
I've got
Party.
you. I've got you. All right, so you went down to Dallas. You got disenchanted.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Just totally let go of Mr. Perot. Now, I received a very interesting letter for people that think that Mr. Perot was not going to be running or trying to make up his mind. It's a 2-paragraph letter. For the validity, I could read it to you or I can paraphrase it. It came to me from the elections office of our state, at which a legal official for Mr. Perot had actually gone to our state, not to me, wanting to change the name of the No Party Party, in fact, to the Reform Party.
Okay.
And I found it very interesting. You know, people are wondering about this man, but it says to me that it's very obvious that he plans on running when he has his legal department in Dallas doing something. I mean, you know, to go to the state, and basically what the state said is that the party name could be changed, but it would have to be authorized by the No Party Party's bylaws.
Okay.
But Miss Peggy Patrick of the legal department of the Reform Party asked if the name of Alaska's limited political party called the No Party Party could be changed to the Reform Party.
Yes.
And I thought that it was very interesting for people that are wondering what this man is going to do. Obviously, it isn't just Mr. Buchanan that we have to worry about spoiling it. It is obvious to me by this that Mr. Perot is certainly working at getting his name on the ballot.
Well, of course he is. All right. Now, I think I've got your story straight. I wouldn't worry too much about it. If you look, and there was a big argument on Brinkley about this over the weekend, if you look carefully at the exit polling information after the last election, Perot is one candidate who took equally from both parties. In fact, dead equally. And that's very cautious, careful, exhaustive exit polling that determined that. There are a lot of people out there who want to constantly say Perot is the person that got Bill Clinton elected. That's absolute garbage. Cokie Roberts made that argument very convincingly last week. The exit polling showed that Ross Perot drew equally from both parties. Ross Perot is not the one that either party needs to really worry about, in my opinion. There are two people to worry about as spoilers. One of them is Pat Buchanan. The man has several choices to make. The other is Ralph Nader. He too has choices to make. I would presume that in Ralph Nader's mind, he would much rather see Bill Clinton than Bob Dole. There is a significant possibility that in California, a key state, one that Clinton must have, Ralph Nader would siphon off just enough votes to give it to Bob Dole. There is an even greater possibility that Pat Buchanan, if he walks away, which he darn well might, would siphon off enough votes to put Bill Clinton back into the White House. So I wouldn't worry about Ross Perot. He will take roughly equally as he did last time from both parties. Now, the ones to watch, believe me, are Pat Buchanan and Ralph Nader. Guess what I'm going to do right now? I've had enough debates. You've heard enough about what's going on in Montana. What I want right now are two people. We're going to have a debate. Person number one should be somebody who would take the side of the free men, who thinks the free men are doing just the right thing. And they're declaring themselves, in effect, a law unto themselves. They're declaring themselves to be a law unto themselves, and somebody who believes that is correct. In other words, I want somebody who believes in what the free men are doing. Call me at area code 702-727-1222. I want a free man supporter at area code 702-727-1222. Somebody's going to argue their case who believes in what they're doing. If that's you, call me now. And I'm about to screen calls, so you'll be wasting your money if you call for any other reason. I want a free man supporter, 702-727-1222. Then on any other line, other than that, I want a person who would argue against what the free men are doing, who believe, basically, as that faxer did a little while ago, that they are crybabies, misbehaving children, and will get what's coming to them. And I will screen calls until I get the two people I want, and we will have a debate. Right, we're ready to go. It was that fast. I've got a good audience. I really do have a good audience. And I also have an absolutely genuine person on the line here. Let's get this person's first name. Your first name is Bob, is that correct?
Yeah.
And Bob, I don't want your last name. You're calling from Chico.
Yeah, I'm with the Sovereign Patriot Group. They know us here quite well.
I know you quite well, too, and I will affirm for the audience that I've received, though not read, because they're too long, Bob. I've received many faxes from you, and you are the genuine article, and you regard yourself as part of a Sovereign Patriot Group.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Here comes the person you're going to be debating. And your name, sir?
Jim.
Jim. And you're calling from?
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. All right.
How you doing, Bob?
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Let's go at it like this. What don't you like about what they are doing? Number one, do you know what the government's allegations are?
Well, given that what I've heard over the over the airways is true, And, you know, I'm
very good.
The story's so new, who can really tell?
Exactly. Well, remember Waco.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but and I don't agree with that. I can see how situations like that can get out of control.
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree with them in any way, but that's how wars start too. I don't like wars.
Well, correct. But my point was, if you remember Waco, the government, and this is true in Ruby Ridge also, the government at the start of a conflagration comes out, grabs the media, tells them a plethora of lies, and then years later, after the
I can't
event
be sure that they're telling the truth either.
Consummated, we find out the truth, and what the government says turns out to be a lie.
Well, I can't. I'm not sure we can say that with any certainty. I think we probably get half-truths from both sides.
Well, I think in Waco there is a certainty.
In any event, though, I think right now, I think the guys up in Montana, if what's being, put over the airwaves is true, they're promoting anarchy.
Well,
and they got women and children up there. They're putting their lives at stake. I can't believe that the children.
Let's go this way. You say it's anarchy, correct?
Pardon?
You're on the side that the free men are creating anarchy, correct?
Absolutely. They're choosing what law they want to believe.
Whoa. What do you mean, what law?
What's
you
this
mean
Magna Carta stuff? Come on,
law?
How many hundreds of years ago was that? What's that relevant to?
Well, let me understand. Do you believe in the First Amendment?
Of course. Absolutely.
So how many hundreds of years ago was that?
Pardon?
How many hundreds of years ago was that law?
Oh, I don't know. Who knows? Why don't we go back, 10,000 years to the cavemen?
Wait a minute. You're making the case that there's several laws in the United States.
There's a constitution that everything seems to me to be based on.
Well, I'll give you a chance to talk here. You're saying that there's several laws and that these patriots are going out and researching these old, archaic laws, and that somehow those laws are bad, but the government's
I'm not saying
laws
they're bad. I'm just saying that they're bringing up some kind of foundation that really isn't relevant to today.
Well,
some people say the same thing about the Constitution, but I also look at that as if it's just the
Have you researched their side? Have you opened up the books and seen what they have read?
The Magna Carta?
No, not the Magna Carta. For example, excuse me. For example, 7 people got up in court today and made their own court decisions, and you and Art Bell disagree with that, correct?
Well, if they were on the side of the freemen, yes. I don't know about Art, but I will say if they're in a court telling...
Let me ask you, where does law come from? Government?
I believe the government is the people. Okay?
Well, what were those 7 people? Were they cornucopia? Were they cantaloupes?
Well, I heard there were 100 FBI men in the courtroom. I wonder how they would have voted.
There you have it. There's law. A guy with a gun that gets paid by a government. No.
Well, I'll fly up there myself and vote against those guys.
Excuse me. The law is with the people. It's with the citizens. We contract out the government, the guys with the guns, to help us get free.
Yeah, well, we can't have every little citizen choosing what law they want to believe. That would be anarchy.
Well, I agree with that.
Well, that's what those guys are promoting.
No, they're
saying
not.
We will make our own money. We will, we will do what we want. But, there's nobody that they answer to other than themselves.
Let's take your case there. They make their own money, correct?
From what I hear, well, I don't, they pass something out, some negotiable instrument that somehow people accept as being worth something, and it turns out to be worthless.
And you
that's
say,
that money, I don't know.
That thought there. You're saying this in your own words, and you say that's bad, and you say that's false, and you can't do it. Am I correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
You're saying that that's bad, and you can't do that, and that anyone that does that is a criminal, correct?
I wouldn't say a criminal. I would say that if there's absolutely no chance that any value will ever get to the other side, the other person. I think that's wrong. Whether it's criminals, I think it's wrong.
Well, fine.
Morally wrong, ethically wrong, criminal, I don't know.
Excuse me, I've got a huge news flash for you. You take out your wallet, you take out the script that you hold in your hand, and that's exactly...
I'm a CPA, by the way.
Hold on, let me finish here. That's the exact same model that they're using, and that's why the government didn't do it. As a matter of fact,
choosing their own money.
Excuse me, did you know that they just raided the Civil Rights Task Force for these commercial liens because judges have been upholding them?
Whose liens? They're the freemen's liens?
What you call common citizens have been doing these commercial liens, exactly what's happening up in Montana, and the judges that you support, that you like, have been upholding these commercial liens.
How do you know I like those judges? What judges? I don't even know what the liens are. If they took a loan out against their property, and that loan was secured by the property, and they defaulted on the loan, supposedly, I don't know how it is in Montana, but in the loan document, it states what's going to happen if you default.
Well,
and if they signed it and agreed to it, and then they defaulted,
Washington's
they lose the
doing?
property. That's the way it works, man.
What do you think Washington's doing? They're running money on a default loan on the property that we own, and there's a sink of wealth going out of this nation that we don't know about.
As far as I know, they are not defaulting.
Oh, they're not? You take
I believe
that's
they
all
pay their.
you try
I
to
believe
get
they make
something
their
for it.
interest payments and they roll it over.
Well,
I believe.
That's
I mean, I can't say that with any certainty, but
see what's good for the goose.
Let me say this to you, please.
Under your logic.
Bob, let me say this to you.
Sure.
I've been an accountant for quite a while. I've watched this country. I've been going through hell for 10 years. I've been watching every section of this country hit by recession, depression. Out here in LA, we got hit by everything.
In the world,
I've seen Texas get hit. I've seen the South. I've seen the Northeast. I saw LA and Southern California get racked. There's been foreclosures everywhere. Unfortunately, it's Montana's turn, I guess. I'm sorry about that. I've seen some of my clients lose their property. I've seen them lose. I've seen Boy Scout leaders with young kids lose their homes, their careers.
I've lost my child.
I understand. Man, I don't want that to happen to anybody.
And there's no court in the world I can go into.
You can go to my court, man. I'll back you up.
Well, the thing is, here's the point. Sure, the United States...
You can't take it in your own, man. You can't pick up a gun and start shooting. This is America,
I never said that. Matter of fact, we are trying to use the laws. Matter of fact, I wrote Art tonight. We tried to arrest our sheriff here.
That's crazy.
No.
That's nuts.
Excuse me. If someone commits a criminal act, do they deserve to be arrested? Or have we created a nobility?
What law? According to the Magna Carta? Come on.
No. California Penal Code 142A, a citizen's arrest.
Yeah, well, terrific. Does that apply in Montana?
It should apply across this nation. See, here's the key.
It should.
Citizens have more rights than people in government. People in government have no rights. They have power, enumerated power. We say, listen, we give you a gun, you can do certain things, but that's it. You don't go over the line. Now, you tell me where that line is nowadays. Can they kick in your door? Can they take your kid? Can they seize your bank account? Can they seize your car? Where do you want me to stop?
In certain circumstances, they can.
No, in any.
I don't like it that they can, but typically I know that if something like that happens, I know what caused it. If they do it arbitrarily, man, I'll be right beside you.
Negative. There's a gentleman down in your area in L.A. who got killed because government wanted his land. That was his crime.
There's a lot of citizens out here who arbitrarily kill people all the time, man.
Yeah, but government doesn't have the enumerated authority to do it. The government can only do certain things. 1 through 10.
All right, let me for a second step in. Let's discuss some specifics. They say they don't have to pay income tax.
Well, let's do the driver's license. That's a little bit more readily explainable.
Really?
We can go income tax, but...
Well, okay, whether it's driver's licenses, stop signs, income tax, license plates, whatever it is, they're rejecting all authority.
I don't like authority, but, man, you got to have some.
It has to be legal
you got to have some
not
to
just
keep everything
authority.
together.
Because if you have just authority, you have a dictatorship.
I'm not saying complete. I'm not saying rigid. I don't want a police state. I read an article in the paper out here where some lady wants to put 3,000 cameras in the streets of L.A. for crime.
Well, let's keep on point here. Let's keep on with
No, I don't like government. A lot of it. A little of it, yes.
So let me ask you this. If I walked over to you and I opened up a book and I read you the law and it said, hey, listen, you don't have to pay taxes, what would you say about that law?
I would say, boy, I hope that's right. And then I'd probably look a little further and go, whoop, this law over here precludes that one. Sorry.
No, and that isn't the way it works. I'm not saying this is the way it is. I'm trying to walk you down a road here.
I know you are.
And no, it's not to hurt you or whatever. I'm not trying to zing you. I'm trying to educate the public here because Art has brought out something really that hurts him, too. Here's the key.
Who's going to pay for Iraq, man?
No, here's the key. These patriots go and do consummate research. They sit at the law libraries and they find the laws, the same laws that lawyers use. We didn't write the book. We find these laws. We go into court. we apply them, and they're denied every single time, and the judges know what they're doing. Now, where's the anarchy? Is the anarchy in obeying laws, and if I find a law that the law should work, or is anarchy judges taking a certain class of people that have found the law and denying it? Because
well,
that is
everything you're saying is based upon whether, in fact, that law is in fact there.
Okay,
I don't know that it does. I got to think that 250 million or 300 million people, I don't know how many people are in here,
so
of the ones that vote. If that many people are fooled, man, you got something.
Let's say you don't believe me, you don't believe the Patriots. Would you believe the Supreme Court?
Well, I'd love them to say there is no income tax.
Well, that's what they're saying.
Pardon?
That's what they're saying. See, there's a huge...
Supreme Court saying there's no income tax?
Let me finish
I don't have to file this year?
Hold on for a second. Let me finish this. There's a huge void of law, and it starts between the guy who stops you and knocks on your door, pulls you over, or says you have to pay tickets, and it goes all the ways up to about the appellate, state Supreme Court, or Supreme Court. And there, all of a sudden, they say, well, yeah, you're right. You don't have to pay taxes. Matter of fact, there's a special number you get. There's a special number that you get that says that you are a tax protester, and they won't give out the number. But nonetheless, my point is what about this huge voidance of law that starts at the police officer and goes all the way up to the Supreme Court, and then after the Supreme Court, they kick the ground and say, well, yeah, you're right. What happens in between there?
All right, gentlemen, do you both want to hold on? I've got a break.
Sure.
All right, stand by.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. To the past on Art Bell Somewhere in Time.
Good morning, everybody. You've connected with the real thing. Open line, live, unscreened, talk radio. We've got a debate going on. Bob is in L.A., and I'm sorry, I forgot your first name. And Chico?
No, I'm Bob and Chico.
Oh, you're Bob. And in L.A.? Jim. Okay, Bob and Jim. Subject. I just have one question before I let you resume. Bob, if I pay taxes and have a driver's license and go and pay my fees for my license plates and insurance and so forth, am I a patriot?
Yes.
Thank you.
There are all forms of patriots, and we recognize of all colors, all race. The thing is that there's something driving the patriot movement because it really didn't exist 20 years ago.
Bob, do you have a better phone? You sound like you're in the bottom of a barrel somewhere.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, hold on for a second.
All right.
Go ahead, Jim. Why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, Jim, go ahead while he changes
Bob,
phones.
could you go get some of that funny money so I can pay this phone bill?
Wow.
Anyway, go ahead, Bob. Lay some on him here. I'm sorry, Jim.
I don't know. I've been really concerned about radio these days, and I mean, I'm getting the mood of the country through the radio. Whether it in fact applies or not, I don't know. But I've been getting worried. I hear a lot of people on the radio these days are talking about if we don't do this, we're going to start shooting. And I'll pick up a gun if I have to, but I want to live my life in peace with my wife and kids. Mm-hmm. I don't want to have to go out front, and beat back or whatever. And I somewhat rely on the police for that, and government in general. And if I happen to fall, I hope someone will be there to catch me, and I will catch others, and I hope someone will catch me and mine and you and everybody else out there. I'm not afraid of people, and I'm starting to get the feeling out there from the radio that everybody's afraid of everybody.
Yeah.
And
well, you're absolutely right. And this, like I said, this conflagration didn't exist. Sorry, my other phone is unplugged. I was using it for another computer.
It's all right. That's all right. Go ahead.
Nonetheless, there's something wrong. There's something broke someplace.
Yeah, there is. I think it's money.
You've got a government that's whistling a happy tune, saying, nothing's wrong, everything's okay, and then you've got people at real crisis.
Pardon?
You've got people, Americans, at real crisis, and I'm talking
I agree
crisis where they're not paying their phone bills.
I understand. I'm hanging on by the skin of my teeth.
Same here.
All right, well, so, all right, but here's the thing. You don't pay your phone bill, they're going to shut off your phone.
So it works.
But the point is, when you work and you buy into the American system and all of a sudden you're poor, I mean, where did the term the working poor come from? Let me pass by a couple terms here. The Rust Belt, the X generation, the lesser generation, the hourglass society.
I agree with you. I've said this on the radio out here in L.A. I think it's our overwhelming emphasis on money and not on the simple
There's
thing.
a leak in the American ship, and our wealth, we're the richest nation in the cosmos, and our wealth is going someplace, but it's not going back to the middle class. That we know.
I saw Steven Spielberg and company out here, what I like to say, extort the citizens of California out of tens of millions of dollars, so he'd put his plan here, so he could put some people to work here. And God knows he doesn't need the money.
Well, our point is the Patriot.
The rich get richer. I agree with you.
Wait a minute. The point is that the Patriot movement wasn't caused by wacko citizens and gun-toting militiamen.
You're getting your fair share.
The Patriot movement was caused by government intrusions.
Well,
government.
I think more people ought to be angry at the greed of business than they should be at call it the greed of government.
Well, but business doesn't come in and kick your door. It doesn't arrest your kids. It doesn't.
I know they do enforce you have some points. I agree with some of the things you guys believe in.
Let me ask you point blank.
God, don't get violent.
Okay, let me ask you point blank. What isn't against the law? You give me a badge and I can arrest you for anything.
No, you can't.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I
agree with you there.
Down the road, Art. You drive down the road, Art, and you do 30, because
they're not all
we had a gentleman that got a ticket for, he turned on his turn signal, but he didn't turn it on exactly 100 feet before the turn.
Well, okay.
We've had people get tickets for 37 in a 35-mile-an-hour zone.
Well, there's a lot of reasons you get tickets. All right, gentlemen, thank you. Look, I'm sorry, but I just really can't follow that at all. There are laws. Yes, you're supposed to signal sufficiently before you make a turn. This is to prevent somebody from bumping into you. Or conversely, it is to prevent somebody coming in the opposite direction from banging into you. Now, I realize it is a letter of a law. You're also not supposed to make what are called rolling stops, which is not really a stop at all. It means you roll up to a stop sign, you kind of observe or think there's nobody coming in the opposite direction, so you don't stop, you keep going, you get a ticket. Tough. Those are the rules of the road. Thank God there are rules of the road. There's enough people getting slaughtered out there right now. You know, if everybody went to court and argued that, well, I turned on my turn signal, well, when the law says you should have had it on 100 feet earlier to protect the lives of either people behind you or people coming in the opposite direction, then damn it, that's the law. And I'm sorry, I don't have a problem with that. Under what circumstances can I not be arrested? When I'm following the law. How about that? See, that's the problem I've got with these so-called, put it in quotes, patriot groups. Everything is taken out to the absolute extreme. Well, there's a reason for the law. There's a reason why you're supposed to signal 100 feet before you turn. There's a reason that you're not supposed to go rolling through stop signs. And in each case, it does not necessarily include just your welfare. Challenge this whole concept of I'm a patriot. I don't have to follow the laws of this land. By God, they're not constitutional. Why should I signal 100 feet before I turn? I am a law unto myself. We are a law unto ourselves. We don't have to do that kind of thing. It's not constitutional. If I want to roll through stop signs, I'm an individual. I make that choice because I am the law. What a bunch of crap. I'm sorry, but I believe that. What a bunch of absolute, unadulterated crap. There are laws and rules that are made for the safety and welfare of the people that are ministered to by the elected representatives of the people. And you may not like it, but that's the way it is. This is not a pure democracy. It is a republic, a representative republic. And if you don't like it, then don't pick up a gun. Go pick up a ballot. Go find yourself somebody to lobby. Get a bunch of people together. Get some money. Get some power. Change what you don't like. But I can't abide this. You know, I'm a patriot. I make up my own rules. What's a patriot? Well, thankfully, he had at least admitted why you can be a patriot if you follow the rules and pay your taxes. Thank goodness. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Who am I speaking with?
Who are you calling?
Art. Bill.
That's it. You've got me.
Art, how you doing?
Fine.
Just turn my stereo down. Partner, please listen to me. You don't understand. I'm from California. Were those last two that you just talked to from California?
What about them?
I can't believe I reached you. I've been trying to reach you for a long, long time. I won't get into about myself. I'm finally getting help. I stayed awake more hours. They were accusing me. Yes, I'm all for the Constitution. Matter of fact, the last few weeks I've been up every 4 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, getting up, reading the book and studying. I got to take these people, all the way as far as it goes.
What? Wait. What people?
I have a different name for them. They want to act like it. I'm not going to call them. There's one in this city that I know of that I will call a public servant, a police officer, because when I was harassed 2 times on a bicycle, and now I have my Mark V Continental parked in my backyard because they're trying to steal it.
Who's trying to steal? Wait a minute. Who's trying to?
The crooks. I call them the crooks. In this city, it's Shaftview County. We've already got T-shirts printed up about them.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Slow way down, all right? Slow down.
Take another.
Slow down, or slow down, or I'm going to leave the line.
I'm sorry. It's anxiety. I have severe anxiety.
Well, then relax for a minute, and we're going to have a conversation, okay?
All right, I'll take one right now, okay.
No, don't take anything. Just tell me what you're talking about. Who's trying to steal your car?
They're trying to take $400 from me right now. From the basket case because they took my Valium from me.
All right, well, goodbye. They took my Valium, they took my bicycle, they took my Continental. I don't know where you were going with that, and it's too bad you couldn't become calm and quiet enough so that we could approach it one thing at a time and find out what you were really talking about, but I don't think you knew what you were talking about, sir. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
My name's Kevin. I'm from Magalia, California.
Yes, Kevin.
And I wanted to say that first off, are you a person who would advocate the replacing of a government based on law with one based on force and violence?
No.
Okay. Then my question for you is, do you know how the laws in a republic are properly enacted and promulgated?
By the representatives.
Wrong.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh. Here I always thought we elected representatives who then legislated.
No.
Oh.
That is a system that has been rejected by American values and American jurisprudence since the beginning.
Horse crap.
No, I'm not kidding. If you look at...
I'm not kidding either. Read the Constitution.
I have read it.
Well, then on what basis are you suggesting the American people have rejected this?
On the basis that what you're advocating is called a constitutional monarchy and democracy. Because in this country, the people gather into convention and create enumerated powers for the government. And we have elected delegates that go to convention, and then they come home and live with those laws that they've passed. When we elect these legislative representatives, they go in and create rules and regulations underneath these enumerated powers. And that's what a republic is.
Sir, well then, you could knock me over with a feather. Here I thought Congress actually debated and passed laws that then went to the president and became signed and then became laws. You mean that's incorrect?
Only under enumerated powers. They only have limited scope of what they can do. That was the whole reason why we had the revolution. There was two gentlemen in Parliament named Pitt and Burke who were trying to come up with the consent theory for the British Parliament around 1775, okay? And that was that a government was based on voluntary individual consent. And the British Parliament rejected that theory, and they said, no, we have the compact theory. That means that the nobility can get together.
Look, I don't care what they did or do in England.
No, this was the basis of our law. This was the primary reason for the American Revolution, was because we rejected the constitutional monarchy.
We rejected taxation without representation is what we rejected. And that's why we had a revolution. That's why we rebelled against English law. And then we wrote our own constitution. Our own constitution. So forget England. Let's begin at the beginning of what we are now. And we are still a representative democracy. We are a republic. See, this is what worries the hell out of me about what's going on out there right now. There are people running around thinking they are the law. The law is not constitutional. Law doesn't apply to them. They are the law. There's nobody that has any right to tell me that I've got to turn on a turn signal 100 feet before I turn. Screw them. I'm doing it my way. Well, the laws and the regulations, the laws enumerated and the regulations under them, are there for not just your safety, but for the other guy's safety as well. And I happen to believe in them. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hey, Art.
Hey, sir.
Just wanted to say I was glad to be able to meet you up there in Portland.
Well, you came to the book signing.
Yeah.
Wasn't that something?
Yeah. Got a question. What was the attendance there?
It was probably over 3,000, but not everybody got in.
Yeah,
I was actually
a lot of people up there.
I know. I was actually able to sign for about, I think, 2,100 and some odd people. And that had me signing from 12 noon until 8:30 at night, sir.
Oh, boy.
I didn't quit until 8:30 at night. So what the people who got the doors closed on them did not understand, or were the hundreds and hundreds of people that were still inside when that occurred. And that kept me going straight on without break, except once. Until
we were almost up to you when you took your first break. Figured you had to go out and have a cigarette.
I went down and wolfed down a hamburger, some fries, and a chocolate shake and a cigarette.
Yeah. My wife made somebody really happy up there. In the book you gave the photocopy of your picture, and then also she got the little 5x7.
Oh, yes.
She gave somebody the photocopy of it because you signed her picture for her.
Oh, that was nice.
Other question for you. You might remember I had asked you up there, have you ever tried elk meat or deer?
No.
Just would like to find out if you'd like me to, I was going to get some dry ice and ship you up some.
Really? Where are you?
In Portland.
Portland. And you have elk meat there?
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
No, that's all right. I appreciate the offer, but I'm pretty much a hamburger guy, steak, beef in general, some pork product.
Oh, I see. Also, one other question. When is Hellbop supposed to be coming through?
Well, it's about a year away.
Oh, okay.
In early April in about a year. So it's going to be lots of comet visitation here. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. This is Sky, New Orleans.
Hi, Sky.
How you been?
Fine.
Yeah, interesting night.
Indeed.
Yeah. Just curious. I was going to offer to debate someone else on that homosexual wedding stuff, but it's getting late.
And that was really yesterday, but I'm not. We may return to it. Who knows?
Oh, I'll tear them up. But anyway, what I was going to ask, I'm heading toward your stomping grounds today.
Oh, yes?
Yes, and I was wondering, would there be any remote chance of catching you anywheres and possibly getting a particular book signed?
That is an awkward question to be asking me on the air, and
could you address it off the air? I mean, I certainly understand,
Well, what I'll say to you is no. You should have contacted me in the first place off the air. That's all I can say. Because anything I say to you, Sky, is said to millions of people.
Oh, completely understood, and they got the wackos and everything else out there.
So there's nothing I can do for you right now, Scott.
Well, it'll still be an endeavor I'll accomplish sometime.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Radio Free America.
Well.
Say, Art.
Yes.
Listen, you know I love you, man, because you never screen your calls, and for that I always say that you have enormous integrity.
Yeah, but otherwise you hate my guts.
No, I didn't say that. I love you, man. In a special kind of guy way.
In a very special sort of way.
Yeah, listen.
The way people love the IRS.
Right. Yeah. No, not that quite that bad. But anyway. Now, Art, you've got to admit, we're living in a country that's become a bunch of barons and upper nobility, and they don't answer to the law. And the best example is what happened down there in Texas.
How did the barons get there?
Well, I think they've got the force of the government behind them, and we've allowed our government to get out of hand. There's no doubt. I mean, when we have such a pitiful turnout here in California, that it's really the people's fault. However, when something like what happened down there in Texas, when the people were absolutely unqualified, they were murdered. They were absolutely slaughtered.
Do you equate what occurred in Texas with what is potentially brewing in Montana?
I don't know. All I know is they were murdered down in Texas. And what I do know is that no one answered for that, and there's still innocent people in jail. And I think that we've really got to make sure in this country that the people that we elect and hold power, regardless of where they are, and that includes a president, if they break the law, they must answer to it also. Or we live in a tyranny instead of a republic.
Listen, Chuck, we're out of time. The show is over, so Chuck from Del Mar, right, Chuck?
Right.
You get the honors. Do it.
Radio Free and good night, America.
That's it. And I'm afraid that's all there is. We must adhere to the clock. From the high desert, good night, America.